Chapter 3507. Facing the Saint Emperor, Fang Chen and the others had no power to fight back. Their only hope was to escape into the Death Mountain range. Run! Huakang Saint Emperor roared, and a terrifying flame aura emerged from his body. He stomped his foot and soared into the sky, entering the Death Mountain range. Let's go too. Meng Ta covered his sister Meng Shuo and plunged into the mountain range. Bai Yang was the first to enter. In the end, only Fang Chen was left. Boom! 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 Before Fang Chen could move, he was enveloped by the terrifying hand. The surrounding space was instantly sealed. Fang Chen cursed inwardly. He gritted his teeth and executed the primordial chaos sword art in a frenzy. One after another, sword lights intertwined in the void, forming a powerful sword net, trying to block the attack of the giant hand. Crack! However, the sword net was too weak. The giant hand tore the sword net apart without any effort. Seeing that the giant hand was about to suppress him, Fang Chen's eyes shot out a cold light. He turned his head and saw that Huakang Saint Emperor and the others had disappeared. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and cursed. At the same time, he quickly took out the Saint Emperor from the immortal cave mountain. Crash! With a shake of his wrist, 5 energy crystals appeared in the Saint Emperor's hand. Boom! The crystals rotated, and the Saint Emperor's hand quickly absorbed the energy. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. Kill! Fang Chen stomped his foot and came to the top of the Saint Emperor's head. He controlled the Saint Emperor's hand and launched a counterattack. The leader seemed to feel that something was wrong. He continued to increase his strength, and the giant hand went straight down, trying to suppress Fang Chen. Crack! However, the power displayed by the Saint Emperor's hand was too violent. The giant hand couldn't resist it at all. In just one exchange, the secret technique that the leader was so proud of was mercilessly shattered by the Saint Emperor's hand. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. Oh no, this is the Saint Emperor's hand. He recognized the Saint Emperor's hand, but it was too late. The Saint Mantis was Fang Chen's trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. But right now, he was facing a 4th-level peak sage emperor. In addition to his special techniques, his battle prowess was comparable to a 5th-level holy emperor. Fang Chen had no chance of winning at all. He could only use his trump card, the Saint Kill. Poochie! The Saint Lion crazily attacked, violently tearing apart a weaker shadow. Then, with a stomp of his feet, he rushed into the crowd of shadows. Apart from the leader of the Black Shadows, the other Black Shadows were relatively weak. Rip! One shadow after another died under the holy light. This scene caused the leader of the Black Shadows to go completely mad. His eyes turned scarlet as he let out a long howl. I want you dead. The Black Shadow took a step forward, bypassed the Saint Kill, and came before Fang Chen, intending to kill him. As long as I kill you, the Saint Mantis will be mine. Thinking that he could own the Saint Fruit, the Black Shadow's heart was filled with desire. Humph! Fang Chen snorted coldly. With a thought, he recalled the Saint Kill. With a boom, it blocked the leader's all-out attack. Kill him for me! Fang Chen ordered the Saint Kill to attack with all its might. After a while, the Black Shadow could not hold on any longer. Bang! The Saint Kill suppressed the leader of the Black Shadows with absolute strength. Poochie! The leader of the Black Shadows burned his origin source energy, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, he encountered the Saint Kill. 5 energy crystals could allow the Saint Kill to display the battle prowess of a 5th-level peak sage emperor. Moreover, the Saint Kill did not have any perception and would not feel any pain. It did not need to defend. It only needed to attack endlessly. Even a 5th-level peak sage emperor might not dare to fight the Saint Kill. Dong! The Saint Kill's palm penetrated the leader's chest, destroying his internal organs. At the same time, it also shattered the leader's primordial spirit. Run! Seeing this, the other Black Shadows were terrified and fled in panic. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. He chased after them with his sword. Under his and the Saint Kill's joint attack, all the Black Shadows that came to attack them died. Huff! Fang Chen took a deep breath. He could not calm down for a long time. He looked up at the Saint Kill and was quite surprised. It was a pity that there were only 9 energy crystals. After using 5 of them, there were only 4 left. However, when Fang Chen put away the Sumeru rings of these black shadows, he was instantly overjoyed. There are so many yin and yang pills, Fang Chen said excitedly. With just a cursory look, he found a mountain of yin and yang pills. With such a big commotion here, it will definitely alarm the Kang Nation's royal family. Fang Chen suppressed the joy in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw all the corpses into the Death Mountain range. At the same time, he brought the Saint Kill into the Death Mountain range. The Death Mountain range contained an extremely strong illusion, and there was a natural illusion array. It was like a maze, and one would get lost if they were not careful. Bang! Suddenly, several large craters appeared on the ground. Then, there were a few muffled groans. Hiss! Hua Kang and the other 3 fled into the Death Mountain range. The moment they touched the ground, they felt the powerful corrosive power of the golden corrosive water. They stood up and jumped onto the towering tree. What a terrifying golden corrosive water! After a long time, they calmed down and looked at the Death Mountain range seriously. Where's junior brother Fang? At this time, Meng Ta realized that Fang Chen did not come in. Could it be that junior brother Fang was intercepted by the black shadows? As soon as Meng Sha said that, Hua Kang and Meng Ta's faces changed. The golden corrosive water here is too thick, and the talisman's power is rapidly consumed. It's not good to stay here for long. We have to explore as soon as possible and then leave this place, Bai Yong said. His meaning was obvious. There was no need to care about Fang Chen's life or death. Senior brother Hua Kang, Meng Ta shouted. Our heaven-defying alliance is extremely united. How can we leave our fellow disciples behind? Meng Ta, are you trying to kill us all? Bai Yong scolded. Don't you know where we are? This mission is beyond our imagination. It's good enough that we can go back alive. You can't even take care of yourself, and you still have the heart to care about others. If you want to go back and find Fang Chen, go by yourself. I won't go with you to die. Bai Yong's attitude was clear. He wanted to explore the Death Mountain range as soon as possible and then leave. In the end, Hua Kang and the other 3 went deep into the Death Mountain range with talismans. Not long after they left, Fang Chen entered the Death Mountain range. Phew! What a thick golden corrosive water! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The golden corrosive water in the soil could definitely kill a low-level holy king. Fortunately, he had talismans and the protection of the holy jade. In the previous battle, the 5 crystals had only consumed a little more than half. Fang Chen calculated that it was enough for him to explore the Death Mountain range. I wonder how senior brother Hua Kang and the others are doing? Fang Chen murmured. He spread out his divine sense and was shocked to find that his primordial spirit golden core was suppressed and could only explore within 100 meters. This, Fang Chen exclaimed, feeling that the Death Mountain range was unfathomable. Roar! Suddenly, Fang Chen vaguely heard the roar of a beast. He rushed in the direction of the sound. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the plains in front of the Death Mountain range, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Soon, the Grand Tutor and the Oblivion City Lord had arrived. The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. He scanned the ground and found signs of potholes. Lord Grand Tutor, there must have been a battle here, the Oblivion City Lord said. The 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance should not be a match for them. They are probably dead. The battle had caused a huge commotion. After the Grand Tutor sensed it, he came here to investigate. Just as the Grand Tutor was about to speak, the communication jade pendant suddenly rang. In an instant, his face darkened. Damn it! The Grand Tutor cursed. A terrifying aura emerged, and the sky changed color. Lord Grand Tutor, what's wrong? The Oblivion City Lord was a little scared and took a few steps back. We failed. What? The Oblivion City Lord exclaimed. A 5th-level Holy Emperor led a team of more than 10 3rd-level Holy Kings to encircle 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, but they failed? Could it be that they have a holy emperor hiding in the dark? The Grand Tutor frowned and shook his head gently. Impossible. The entire Kang Kingdom is under our surveillance. Once any outsider enters the Kang Kingdom, His Majesty will know, the Grand Tutor said. 5 little fellows from the heaven-defying alliance actually caused the Kang Kingdom to lose a 5th-level holy emperor and more than 10 3rd-level holy kings. How interesting. The Grand Tutor's voice was cold. He was responsible for this matter. Now that they had lost so many people, he could not account for it. Lord Grand Tutor, I feel that this matter is strange. The Oblivion City Lord analyzed. The heaven-defying alliance clearly knew that their disciples might have been killed by the Kang Kingdom, but they still sent disciples of the Holy King level to investigate. This shows that they are very confident. We worked hard to lure the 5 of them to the edge of the Death Mountain range and prepared to hunt them down, but they killed us instead. It is very likely that the higher-ups of the heaven-defying alliance made a move. If a saint came here, how did the Kang Kingdom discover his tracks? Saint. The Grand Tutor frowned. You continue to investigate here. I will immediately return to the royal family and report to His Majesty. Yes, Lord Grand Tutor. Kang Kingdom's royal family. The Kang Kingdom was very angry. They had lost so many strong cultivators, and they still did not know whether the 5 fellows from the heaven-defying alliance were dead or not. Most importantly, those black figures who went to carry out the mission were not people from the Kang Kingdom, but send people into the Death Mountain range to search. If they are still alive, they won't be able to last long in the Death Mountain range. The Kang Kingdom said. But, no buts. Just do as I say. The Kang Kingdom said in a deep voice. The Grand Tutor carefully left the secret chamber. In a dark corner, a black figure appeared out of thin air. Kang Kingdom, you have disappointed me. The black figure said coldly. Losing a 5th-level holy emperor is a huge blow to my sect. I can't explain it to the sect leader. The heaven-defying alliance may have noticed that the Kang Kingdom is working together with the No-Demon sect. They may have sent disciples to explore the ruins on the surface, but it is very likely that they are secretly preparing to attack us. Chapter 3508. Death Mountain Range. Fang Chen passed through a dense forest and arrived in front of a swamp. Metal corroding water? Seeing the swamp beneath his feet, Fang Chen's pupils shrank in shock. The corrosive metal water in the swamp had reached an extremely terrifying density. Even Saint Kings would die if they accidentally stumbled into the swamp. Fang Chen could feel the blood in his body circulating rapidly. What's going on? The half-perfect bloodline was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for anything to cause it to move. But now, his blood was circulating rapidly. This surprised Fang Chen. But soon, he discovered something. As the blood in his body circulated rapidly, it seeped into the surface of his skin and formed a layer of blood-red armor. Most importantly, this blood-red armor was absorbing the metal corroding water in the swamp. Could it be? Fang Chen was shocked. A huge guess appeared in his mind. He stared intently at the blood-red armor on his skin, carefully sizing it up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The metal corroding water in the swamp formed a faint mist and floated to Fang Chen's side. Boom. The flame talisman in his hand released a fierce flame, trying to stop the metal corroding water from getting closer. However, the mist formed by the metal corroding water was extremely destructive. It constantly consumed the power of the flame talisman. Crack. The flame talisman and the mist only resisted for a minute before its energy was completely depleted. At this moment, the faint mist finally reached Fang Chen's side and attached itself to the blood-red armor. Rip. The blood-red armor ignored the strong corrosive power of the mist and absorbed it in an instant. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen did not feel any discomfort. This scene completely stunned Fang Chen. The flame talisman contains a strong fire origin energy. It can temporarily resist the corrosion of the metal corroding water. The fact that the mist was able to instantly deplete the origin energy within the talisman shows that the metal corroding water contained within it is extremely dense. However, Fang Chen was surprised. A half-perfect bloodline can counter the metal-corroding water, Fang Chen murmured after recovering from his shock. Hiss hiss hiss. With this guess in mind, Fang Chen slowly approached the swamp. The closer they got, the thicker the fog became. The speed at which the blood-red armor absorbed the fog also became faster. An hour later, Fang Chen could clearly feel the changes in the blood-red armor. The color of the blood-red armor changed. Fang Chen exclaimed. He carefully sensed the blood inside the blood-red armor, and found that it had become even clearer and smoother. What did this mean? Fang Chen's heartbeat sped up, and his eyes emitted an astonishing light. If a half-perfect bloodline wants to transform, it needs to absorb rare treasures of heaven and earth as well as a huge amount of energy. If I'm not wrong, the metal-corroding water meets the absorption requirements of the half-perfect bloodline. After seeing the blood-red armor and the changes in the half-perfect bloodline in his body, Fang Chen was even more convinced of his guess. Phew. He took a deep breath, and his face was filled with excitement. If this is the case, can I use this to do whatever I want in the Death Mountain range? Thinking of this, Fang Chen took a step forward and jumped directly above the swamp. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A biting cold wind blew from afar, blowing against the blood-red armor and making a rustling sound. The terrifying fog instantly engulfed Fang Chen, and a strong pressure pressed against the blood-red armor. Crack! Fang Chen could hear the sound of metal clashing as the blood-red armor and the fog clashed. A cold chill invaded Fang Chen's mind, and in an instant, Fang Chen's primordial spirit golden core turned snow-white, as if it was about to be frozen. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly, and instinctively jumped out of the swamp. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After stabilizing his body, he looked down and saw that cracks had appeared on the blood-red armor. How can this be? The blood-red armor was unable to withstand the pressure of the fog in the swamp. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen guessed that the fog in the swamp was too thick, and the density of the metal-corroding water was beyond imagination. Even a 6th-level Holy Emperor would not dare to enter the center of the swamp, right? He was a little rash just now, and the blood-red armor had only absorbed a little of the metal-corroding water, and had not completed its transformation. It was normal for it to be unable to withstand the dense metal-corroding water. Let's absorb it at the edge first, Fang Chen said. He sat cross-legged near the edge of the swamp, and the blood-red armor surrounded his body, blocking the attacks of the metal-corroding water. Hiss hiss hiss. The blood-red armor automatically absorbed the metal-corroding water, and Fang Chen did not waste this opportunity, and he took the opportunity to comprehend the water origin. There were a total of 5 origins in the world, and they were called the 5 elemental origins. The 5 elemental origins complemented each other, and none of them could be missing. They were also the core that stabilized this space. An ordinary saint could comprehend one origin at most, and that was already the limit. There were very few talented people who could comprehend 2 origins at the same time. As for those who possessed 3 origins, they were even rarer. Even in the ancient times, there were only a handful of them. Such a monstrous talent would be fought over by any force. He might even reach the chaotic supremacy realm in the future. The reason why the metal-corroding water had the corrosive power that even saints feared was because it contained a very strong water origin. Fang Chen activated the half-perfect blood, and drops of blood appeared in his palm. He clenched his fist, and a drop of metal-corroding water covered in blood appeared in his palm. Wang! The metal-corroding water emitted a cold aura through the blood. It's so cold. Fang Chen's body trembled, and then he gradually calmed down. Comprehending the origins was a long process, and Fang Chen was not in a hurry. Compared to Fang Chen, Huakang Saint King and the others were not so lucky. After a few days of exploration, the flame talisman in their hands had been exhausted. Senior brother Huakang, we can't explore anymore, Meng Ta said anxiously. The talisman's power is about to be exhausted. We must leave, or we will die here, Meng Shuo said. Bai Yang had already left. According to him, although he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, it was not worth it to give up his life for the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Bai Yang is right. As long as there is life, there is hope. With our current strength, we can't explore the Death Mountain range. Let's save our lives first, Meng Ta said. Humph. Huakang Saint King snorted. He was furious at the mention of Bai Yang. When I go back this time, I will definitely go to Yun Luo Peak to challenge Bai Yang and expose his ugly face. However, even though he was angry, Huakang knew that it would be too late if he did not leave now. Chapter 3509. Outside the Death Mountain Range, on the barren plains. At this moment, there were many experts hiding in the dark, observing the situation inside the Death Mountain Range. Imperial Tutor, do you want to go in and take a look? Sitting Oblivion City Lord asked. There was a natural barrier around the Death Mountain Range, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Right now, the Kang Emperor was furious, so they could only find out the truth as soon as possible. The Imperial Tutor's gaze fell on the exit of the Death Mountain Range. He was thinking about how to avoid the golden corrosive water and enter the Death Mountain Range smoothly. Of course, he wouldn't be reckless. After all, life was the most important thing. In fact, he had some precious items that could temporarily protect him in the Death Mountain Range, but he didn't want to use them for the time being. Firstly, he didn't know who killed those people from the No Demon cult. Secondly, he couldn't be sure that the disciples of the Heaven-defying Alliance had really escaped into the Death Mountain Range. Considering all the above factors, he decided to wait. Let's wait a little longer. The Imperial Tutor muttered. Right now, he didn't have any other choice. The Heaven-defying Alliance might have sensed that something is wrong. Perhaps, there are already experts watching us. The Imperial Tutor muttered. At this moment, a ray of light flashed at the entrance. Huakang Saint King and the other two escaped from the Death Mountain Range in a sorry state. They had used up all the talismans in their hands. Damn it. Meng Ta couldn't help but curse. One of his arms was stained by the golden corrosive water when he was escaping. He made a prompt decision to cut off half of his arm to prevent the tragedy from happening. Big brother. Meng Shao's eyes were red as she bandaged Meng Ta's wound. After returning to the sect, I will ask Master to help you reconstruct your arm. Meng Shao's master was also a peak lord. He was extremely powerful and had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Meng Ta used his other hand to caress his sister and comforted her. Sister, don't worry about me. It's just half an arm. It's nothing compared to my life. Sob. Sob. Meng Shao cried as she bandaged his wound. The Imperial Tutor's eyes lit up when he saw Huakang Saint King and the other two. They're not dead. Obviously, the Imperial Tutor was shocked, but he soon became excited. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. The Imperial Advisor laughed heartily. With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying power swept across the heavens and earth, trapping Holy King Huakang and the others. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Instead, you barge into hell. Originally, the mission was already a failure. Who would have thought that the three of you would be so lucky to survive after entering the Death Mountain Range? The Imperial Preceptor said, that's good too. His Majesty will be very happy to bring your blood back. Boom. A vast and mighty power whizzed over. Huakang's Sacred King cursed in his heart. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Trapped, the three of them tried their best to calm down. The State Preceptor of the Kang Empire? Huakang's Sacred King was furious. Your Kang nation sure has guts. You actually dare to touch my Heaven-defying Alliance's disciple. Haha, how laughable. You're about to die, and you're still trying to scare me with the Heaven-defying Alliance. The State Preceptor took a step forward and looked at the three of them mockingly. Huakang's Sacred King glanced at the Meng Ta siblings, and secretly sent a sound transmission to them to escape first. Run! Huakang's Sacred King bellowed, his entire body was burning with flames. He clenched his fists tightly and took a step forward, rushing straight towards the Imperial Advisor. Knowing that he could not escape, Huakang's Sacred King was prepared to risk his life to stall for time for the Meng Ta siblings. Senior brother Huakang. Meng Ta roared in anger, wanting to help. Bang! In just one exchange, Huakang's Sacred King was defeated. The State Preceptor was too strong, and he was not his opponent at all. You cultivate evil techniques. Huakang's Sacred King was shocked and furious. No demon cult, your Kang nation actually colluded with No demon cult. The 3 words "no demon cult" caused Meng Ta's face to change. He quickly helped Huakang's sacred king up. "Senior brother Huakang, take my sister and leave first." He pushed Huakang's sacred king away, ignited his origin, and risked his life to fight the state preceptor. Boom! A terrifying power swept through heaven and earth. The state preceptor did not fight Meng Ta head-on and quickly retreated. "Let's go." Huakang's sacred king took Meng Sha and quickly fled. "No one can leave." The state preceptor formed a seal with both hands, and a black halberd quickly condensed in the void, piercing through the void, and shot towards Huakang's sacred king. "Die for me." Meng Ta's attack that ignited his origin was broken by the state preceptor. He had the determination to die, and ignited the power in his body, wanting to perish together with the state preceptor. At the same time, Huakang's sacred king and Meng Sha, who had already fled far away, felt the shroud of death. "Let's go." Almost at the same time Huakang's sacred king pushed Meng Sha out, the black halberd shot out. Huakang's sacred king could not block it at all, and the black halberd carried endless power, piercing through his chest. Bang! Huakang's sacred king died. Crash! After the black halberd killed Huakang's sacred king, it exploded, and a terrifying chi wave blasted Meng Sha away. In front of the Death Mountain range, the thick smoke dispersed, and the state preceptor's clothes were somewhat tattered, his face gloomy. "Lord State Preceptor, that woman seems to have escaped." The Forgotten City Lord said solemnly. Once that woman escaped back to the heaven-defying alliance, his Kang nation would definitely suffer the endless anger of the heaven-defying alliance. "Seal the border of the Kang nation. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse." The state preceptor was very unhappy. Meng Ta's self-destruction was beyond his expectations. "Collect blood," he ordered. The Forgotten City Lord led a group of people to search for Meng Sha, while the others were collecting the blood of Huakang's sacred king. Death Mountain Range, Swamp. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, did not know that Huakang's sacred king and Meng Ta had already fallen. He had been cultivating and comprehending the origin of water. Perhaps it was because the semi-perfect blood had absorbed the metal-corroding water and undergone a transformation, but Fang Chen felt that his speed of comprehending the origin of water had actually increased by a lot. In just a few days, he vaguely had a feeling that he was about to condense the origin of water. Whoosh! On this day, Fang Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. Because the semi-perfect blood in his body had already reached a saturated state. He subconsciously raised his head to look, and the swamp in front of him had changed greatly. Could it be that it has absorbed all the metal-corroding water in the swamp? Fang Chen was stunned. Originally, the swamp was shrouded in fog. Now, it was bright, and the fog was so thin that it could be ignored. He could clearly feel that the aura of the metal-corroding water was getting thinner and thinner. Fang Chen shook his head, somewhat in disbelief. The semi-perfect blood has indeed undergone a transformation, and is getting closer to the perfect blood. The only thing that made Fang Chen feel gratified was this. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and slowly got up. Hey! He was shocked to find that after the semi-perfect blood had undergone a transformation, his body could actually resist the corrosive power of the metal-corroding water. Is this an ability given by the blood? Fang Chen exclaimed, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 35:10. Bai Yang vaguely remembered the message senior brother Xiao Fan gave him before he left. Xiao Fan was an outstanding disciple on Yunluo Peak. If Bai Yang wanted to gain a foothold on Yunluo Peak, he could only seek Xiao Fan's protection. Everyone knew that Xiao Fan had always admired Lu Lanshi, while Fang Chen was close to Lu Lanshi. Lu Lanshi even took the initiative to take him to see the master of Yunluo Peak. When this news reached Xiao Fan's ears, the latter was very dissatisfied with Fang Chen. He thought that he was just a new disciple who was so arrogant that he needed to be taught a lesson. However, not long after, he learned that the Jinyang herb that his master had prepared for him was given to Fang Chen. Thinking of Lu Lanshi's attitude towards Fang Chen, Xiao Fan was even more furious. Regarding Fang Chen as a potential opponent, he had already secretly arranged for people to teach this new disciple who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Coincidentally, during this mission, he sent a message to Bai Yang. Boy, you can only blame yourself for being too close to Miss Lu Lanqi. This was the Death Mountain range. Even if he killed Fang Chen, the higher-ups of the heaven-defying alliance would not know. On the one hand, he could make senior brother Xiao Fan happy and gain his recognition and protection. On the other hand, he could kill a potential opponent. This was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Bai Yang quickly walked to the swamp. Fang Chen. Bai Yang's voice pulled Fang Chen back from his thoughts. It's you. Where are senior brother Hua Kang and the others? After seeing Bai Yang, Fang Chen asked anxiously. And Meng Ta and his sister. Have you seen them? Bai Yang sneered. You're about to die. Why are you still concerned about this? Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and then frowned. You want to kill me? Because of the small conflict on Yunluo Peak? Bai Yang stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. As a new disciple, you're unusually arrogant. You don't know how to keep a low profile. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. It's only a matter of time before you die. You dare to attack a fellow disciple? Haha, what a joke. This is the Death Mountain range, isolated from the outside world. Even if I kill you, the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance won't know. Bai Yang said, I also want to know what you are capable of. You are known as this year's #1 new disciple. Bai Yang had also heard that Fang Chen had defeated Lin Yi, so he didn't dare to be careless. He directly used his ultimate skill and used his source energy to suppress Fang Chen. A narrow-minded person like you is not qualified to be in the same sect as me. Fine, since you want to kill me, I'll clean up the mess for the sect. Fang Chen said indifferently. Boom. A powerful chi wave soared into the sky, completely enveloping Fang Chen. Bai Yang held a long spear in his hand, and with a tap of his foot, he shot over. Die! Bai Yang roared, and the void exploded inch by inch. Fang Chen shook his head, his eyes filled with mockery. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken Bai Yang seriously. What was laughable was that the latter had used his status as a senior disciple to oppress others. I'm invincible under the Saint Emperor. Fang Chen said softly, and then punched out. Dong dong dong. The terrifying fist collided with the long spear, and a deafening sound was heard. Fang Chen's power was suddenly activated, attacking the long spear. Die! Bai Yang roared, and continued to strengthen his attack. Buzz! At this moment, a breeze blew over the swamp, blowing a cloud of mist in front of Fang Chen. Go! Seeing this, Fang Chen flicked his finger, and under the guidance of his blood, the mist enveloped Bai Yang's long spear. Crack! The long spear was corroded by the gold corrosive water, and directly shattered. This is gold corrosive water? Bai Yang exclaimed, threw away the long spear, and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The mist had already attached to his arm. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Bai Yang's mouth. His arm was instantly corroded, and the gold corrosive water seeped into his internal organs at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He was very unwilling to give up. Until his death, Bai Yang did not understand how Fang Chen could control the mist condensed by the gold corrosive water. Bang! Bai Yang's body began to crumble. Fang Chen's heart was unperturbed. He took Bai Yang's ring and turned to leave. No matter what, he was a veteran disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, so he should have a lot of wealth. However, there were many things to check now, so he first looked for Hua Kang and the others. Since Bai Yang appeared here, then Hua Kang and the others should also be here. Fang Chen had a bad premonition. He even guessed that Hua Kang and the other two had been killed by Bai Yang. I hope the three of you are fine. Fang Chen prayed inwardly. After the semi-perfect blood had absorbed the metal-corroding water and undergone a transformation, Fang Chen could now freely travel through the Death Mountain range. A few days later, he came to a valley and stopped. In the valley, there was a herb bathed in flames. This is a fire elemental spiritual herb. Fang Chen was happy. He entered the mountain range and picked the fire elemental spiritual herb. With this fire elemental spiritual herb, senior brother Hua Kang's injuries can be healed, Fang Chen said. Then, He continued to explore the Death Mountain range. After a few more days, Fang Chen saw some corroded bones. He stopped to observe and finally determined that these corroded bones were the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance who had disappeared in the Kang nation. Because, beside the bones, there were a few mottled tokens. These tokens were specially made by the heaven-defying alliance. Even the gold corrosive water could not completely decompose them. What is the Kang nation planning? Fang Chen pondered. Knowing that the heaven-defying alliance was a huge monster, they still dared to attack them. What was the Kang nation relying on? Fang Chen felt that the god-falling battlefield was more and more mysterious. He bowed to the corroded remains and left. After going around for half a month, Fang Chen finally found the golden flame grass. On a mountain peak, the golden fire herb was shining with golden light and a sharp aura. The golden fire herb grew proudly. There was no gold corrosive water in the soil around it. From this, it could be seen that the golden flame herb contained a terrifying amount of gold origin energy. The third one. Arriving at the mountain peak, Fang Chen was a little excited. He had two, and with this one, there were three. It could help him break through to the Saint realm. At the completion of the Yin-Yang origin realm, he could kill a third-level peak Holy King and was invincible under the Holy Emperor. Fang Chen was also curious. How strong would his combat power be after entering the Saint realm? The process of picking the golden fire herb was relatively smooth. There were not many obstacles. Rip. When Fang Chen held the golden fire herb in his hand, he laughed heartily. With the 3 golden fire herbs gathered, Fang Chen did not waste any time. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and prepared to break through. The Death Mountain range is deserted. The surrounding soil is filled with endless gold corrosive water. Very few people come here. It's quiet enough. I can refine the golden fire herb in peace. Chapter 35:11. The Death Mountain range was as peaceful as ever. However, the Kang kingdom outside was unusually depressing. The imperial family suddenly ordered to seal off the entire border of the Kang kingdom. No one was allowed to leave. Moreover, under the leadership of the sitting Oblivion City Lord, they had to find Meng Shuo, who had escaped. The citizens of the Kang kingdom were curious about what had happened. Why would the imperial family mobilize so many people? Of course, they were just guessing. As for Fang Chen, he knew nothing about the outside world. He was refining the golden flame grass on a mountain peak. He had obtained all 3 stalks of golden flame grass and chose to refine them on the spot. Buzz. He already knew how to refine the golden flame grass, so everything was logical now. Fang Chen held the golden flame grass in his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Soon, the flame spread and completely enveloped the golden flame grass. Hiss. After a while, Fang Chen heard a rustling sound coming from the flame, and his face lit up with joy. The refining process of the golden flame grass was very smooth. Perhaps it was because he had condensed the powerful origin of gold, so he could quickly absorb the power of the origin of the golden flame grass. In just 3 days, he had finished refining the first stalk of golden flame grass. At this time, the origin of gold in his body became more and more substantial. It rotated slowly as if it was going to devour the yin and yang energies. Continue. Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued refining. It took him about 10 days to completely refine the 3 stalks of golden flame grass. At a certain moment, a terrible cry came from Fang Chen's body. This was a state that appeared when the origin of gold reached a perfect state. Fang Chen knew that everything was ready. He could break through to the Saint realm. He spread out his hands, and the 3,000 feet yin and yang energies stood above his head. A terrible aura swept through the entire Death Mountain range. Then, a palm-sized origin of gold floated in front of Fang Chen, releasing an ancient aura. It was absorbing the yin and yang energies. The biggest change from the yin and yang energies to the Saint realm was to condense the origin star, break down the yin and yang energies, and integrate them into the origin star. Boom. 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 The half-perfect blood in Fang Chen's body circulated crazily, helping to condense the origin of gold. Time trickled by. This state lasted for an entire month before the origin star finally condensed completely. Origin star. Fang Chen was excited. However, the origin star had just been formed and was not stable enough. It needed to absorb the yin and yang energies. Decompose. Due to the help of the half-perfect blood, the yin-yang primordial qi was decomposed much faster than expected. In just 2 hours, the yin-yang primordial qi was completely decomposed, turning into majestic energy that completely merged with the origin star. RIP. After the origin star absorbed the vast power, it quickly entered Fang Chen's body. At this moment, a change occurred. The origin star was actually disintegrating. Fang Chen was slightly startled, but he soon felt relieved. Ordinary warriors could only condense one origin star upon entering the Saint realm. Those with slightly stronger potential could condense 2 origin stars. Being able to condense 3 origin stars was already extremely rare. Such potential was enough to join the heaven-defying alliance. The more origin stars one condensed during a breakthrough, the deeper one's comprehension of the origin. 1 star, 2 stars, Fang Chen's origin star was slowly condensing. In the blink of an eye, the huge origin star had already split into 4 stars. Fang Chen murmured. Buzz. At this moment, the 5th origin star was condensed. Finally, after condensing the 5th origin star, the power in his body completely stabilized. 5 thumb-sized origin stars formed a circle and floated in Fang Chen's body, continuously providing Fang Chen with origin energy. Phew. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and felt the changes in his body. Is this the Saint realm? The 5-element Saint realm was an expert who stood at the peak of the world. They could control the most powerful energy in the world, the origin energy. Therefore, entering the Saint realm meant soaring to the heavens. From then on, the sea was boundless. Throughout history, there had been countless yin-yang origin realm experts, but only a handful of Saint realm experts. The number of saints was already very small, and in the battle of gods in the ancient times, there were even more casualties. Since then, the number of saints had fallen to an underestimate. Now, Fang Chen had finally entered the Saint realm. 3rd level. Fang Chen clenched his fists and was extremely excited. It was a qualitative leap from the yin-yang origin realm to the Saint realm. Some people with monstrous potential could enter the 2nd level Saint realm in 1 step. Fang Chen had unparalleled potential and could enter the 3rd level in 1 step. There were 3 notches on each of the 5 suspended metal origin stars. These 3 notches represented the 3rd level Saint realm. In fact, Fang Chen had also guessed this. After all, he could kill a 3rd level Saint King in the yin-yang origin realm. Entering the Saint realm and entering the 3rd level in 1 step was also considered tidying up. Phew. After a long while, Fang Chen finally calmed down from his excitement. He concluded that entering the Saint realm not only meant a breakthrough in cultivation, but also a transformation of the primordial spirit. Now, his primordial spirit gold core had reached the peak, and the strength of his primordial spirit was comparable to that of a Saint Emperor. His physical body had completely integrated with the half-perfect bloodline, and the grade of the chaotic sword body had increased by a level. With my current physical body, no one below the Saint Emperor can break through my defense. Even a Saint Emperor would have to put in a lot of effort. Fang Chen was very proud. Just this physical body alone was enough to make him look down on all heroes. Swoosh. He flicked his finger. The 5 primary stars of the metal element shuddered. The brilliant primary force of the metal element gathered at the tip of his finger and turned into a terrifying ray of light that fired at the mountain in the distance. Boom. The finger radiance hit the mountain and instantly flattened it. The void in that area shattered bit by bit. Most importantly, the golden corrosive liquid contained within the soil of that region was instantly evaporated. This, Fang Chen was shocked. He truly felt the terror of the origin power. The wrinkle of origin and the origin star are like heaven and earth. The funny thing was that he had thought that although there was a difference between the wrinkle of origin and the origin star, there was not much difference. Now that he thought about it, it was really childish. Fang Chen withdrew his aura and stood up, looking down at the Death Mountain range. His every move could change the trajectory of the origin aura in the surrounding void. In merely a dozen days, He had been reborn and reached an unimaginable level. His primordial spirit was at the peak of the Golden Core realm, his physical body was comparable to a Saint Emperor, and his cultivation had reached the level of a third-level Holy King. Fang Chen's strength had reached an unprecedented level. Before I broke through, I could easily kill a third-level peak Holy King. Now that I have reached the level of a third-level Holy King, with my many tricks, killing a fourth-level Holy King is not a problem. I can even fight a fifth-level Holy King and even defeat him. As for a sixth-level Holy King, Fang Chen did not dare to say anything. After all, the difference between each level of the Saint realm was huge. Although there was only a difference of one level between a fifth-level Holy King and a sixth-level Holy King, the difference was like heaven and earth. After entering the Saint realm, Fang Chen was even more fearless in the Death Mountain range. He began to search for the legendary relics of Saint Kangye. After several days of investigation, Fang Chen finally found a suspicious place. It was a valley, located in the deepest part of the Death Mountain range. The surrounding soil was filled with the thickest golden corrosive water. At the entrance of the valley, there was a very terrifying array. Fang Chen tried it. With his array skills, he could not break the array. He could not even shake it. This scene caused Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. This shouldn't be. Fang Chen frowned and continued to form seals, trying to break the array. Buzz. When he used his most powerful array skills, golden ripples suddenly appeared on the array at the entrance of the valley. Upon closer inspection, there were complicated patterns on these ripples. This, Fang Chen cursed inwardly and instantly retreated. After retreating far away, he stopped. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the ripples on the formation. His heart was filled with shock. "Invincible Saint!" Fang Chen exclaimed. The golden patterns on the ripples were the legendary saint patterns. Only a saint could carve such patterns. At this moment, Fang Chen's face became completely serious. Saint Kangye is an invincible saint. Fang Chen's heart raced. If that was the case, then he had to leave this place as soon as possible. With his strength, it was impossible to break the array. Moreover, it was very likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Whoosh! After a long time, Fang Chen calmed down. The array in the valley had been hidden. Fang Chen sighed. If not for his half-perfect bloodline, which allowed him to sense something extraordinary, he would not have been able to discover this formation. No wonder even the royal family of the Kang Kingdom could not find the remains of Saint Kangye. I can't break the saint patterns. There's no point in staying here. In an instant, Fang Chen had made a decision. He was ready to leave the Death Mountains and return to the heaven-defying alliance. I think senior brother Huakang and the other two have already returned. He stared deeply at the valley and quickly disappeared into the Death Mountains. Forgetful City, Inn. After Fang Chen disguised himself and changed his breath, he sneaked into Forgetful City to gather information. Have you heard? There's a thief who dared to break into the royal family to assassinate. He was severely injured by the imperial advisor and escaped. Now the entire border of the Kang Kingdom is sealed. The Forgetful City Lord is leading a carpet search to find the thief. I also heard that the thief seems to be a woman. She has the cultivation of a third-level Holy King. Her potential is terrifying. This time, the Kang King seems to be angry. The world is changing. Sitting in the inn, Fang Chen's face darkened when he heard the discussions of the warriors around him. A woman assassinating a third-level Holy King? Chapter 35:12. When he heard that the woman had escaped, Fang Chen's expression became serious. He was almost certain that the assassin they were talking about was Meng Shuo. Meng Shuo was injured and was hunted down. What about Meng Ta and senior brother Huakang? Fang Chen's heart was in a mess. He was extremely worried when he thought of the black shadows that had lured them to death in front of the Death Mountain range. I hope you're all safe. Fang Chen clenched his fists and prayed in his heart. After leaving the inn, Fang Chen found the secular disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance to ask for information. However, the actions of the imperial family were very secretive, so he didn't know. In the end, Fang Chen began to secretly observe the City Lord's mansion, hoping to find some clues from the sitting Oblivion City Lord. Heaven-Defying Alliance, Yunluo Peak. Yunluo Peak Master, who was teaching the disciples, suddenly had a slight change in expression. She got up and walked straight to the main hall where the life slip was. When she saw Bai Yang's life slip shattering, she frowned. "Father, what happened?" Today, Lu Lanshi also came to the class. Seeing her father leave with a strange expression, she quickly chased after him. "Bai Yang is dead." "What?" Lu Lanshi exclaimed. "Didn't he go on a mission with senior brother Huakang and the others? How could he be dead? What happened?" Yunluo Peak Master shook her head and tried to calm down. "Go to the other peaks and see if Huakang and Meng Ta's life slips have shattered." Yes, soon, many peak masters of the heaven-defying alliance gathered in the hall. A heavy aura filled the air. Everyone's expression was not good. Meng Ta, Huakang, and Bai Yang's life slips have shattered. Meng Shao's life slip has countless cracks and is on the verge of shattering. Fang Chen's life slip is intact. After a long time, Elder Li spoke. This meant that Fang Chen and Meng Shao were still alive, while the others were dead. The heaven-defying alliance had developed for countless years and had many disciples. Under normal circumstances, it was normal for disciples to die outside. But today was different. Because the 5 of them went to the Kang Kingdom to carry out a mission. Before this, there were disciples on a mission who died in the Kang Kingdom. "What's going on? Have you sent a message to Fang Chen?" Yunluo Peak Master asked. She had a deep impression of Fang Chen and had even gifted him a stalk of golden flame grass. She was very optimistic about Fang Chen's potential. "I've already contacted her. Meng Shao's transmission token should have been shattered. As for Fang Chen, there is no response from him," said Elder Li. "He was responsible for the affairs of many disciples. Now that something like this had happened, he was also responsible. Everyone, what do you think?" Peak Master Yunluo looked around and asked. "This matter must have been done by the Kang Nation," said a Peak Master. "Even if it wasn't done by the Kang Nation's royal family, they can hardly absolve themselves of the blame for the death of our disciples in their Kang Nation," said another Peak Master. "This matter is a little strange. I think that the most important thing right now is to send some people to the Kang Empire to investigate the truth and rescue Fang Chen and Meng Shao. As one of the top forces, the heaven-defying alliance would never give up on any of its disciples." Just as the Peak Masters were discussing, Elder Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He flipped his hand and took out a transmission token. "Fang Chen has sent a message back." Elder Li hurriedly said. Everyone's eyes were all on Elder Li. What did he say? Elder Li relayed Fang Chen's words to everyone. He said that all of this was a conspiracy of the Kang Nation's royal family. The disciples of our heaven-defying alliance that died were also killed by the Kang Nation's royal family. Kang Nation. The Peak Masters were furious. A small Kang Nation dared to go against the heaven-defying alliance. They were courting death. If I remember correctly, the king of the Kang Nation is only a 5th-rank holy emperor, right? Who gave him the courage to go against our heaven-defying alliance? Ask him what happened to Huakang and the others. What did they go through? Asked Yunluo Peak Master. Elder Li nodded and continued to negotiate with Fang Chen. A moment later, Elder Li knew everything. When Fang Chen and the others entered the Kang Nation, they were monitored by the royal family. Then, the imperial advisor personally lured them to the Death Mountain Range. At the edge of the Death Mountain Range, many mysterious experts suddenly appeared and wanted to kill them. Elder Li said, the leader's cultivation had reached the Holy Emperor realm. They were no match for him and had no choice but to escape into the Death Mountain Range. After that, he was separated from the other 4. He was lost in the Death Mountain Range and went through a lot of hardships. As soon as he came out, he heard that the royal family of the Kang Nation was chasing after Meng Shao. After Elder Li finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. Then why are we still talking nonsense? The evidence is conclusive. Send troops to attack the Kang Nation. The Sky Sword Peak Master said angrily, our heaven-defying alliance has always been aloof and unwilling to fight for worldly power. I'm afraid the world has forgotten about us. He even dares to assassinate the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance. I want to see how capable the Kang nation is. After that, a terrifying sword intent emerged from the Sky Sword Peak Master's body. He lifted his sword and was about to leave. Sky Sword Peak Master. Elder Li suddenly called out to him. Fang Chen is secretly keeping an eye on the Forgotten City Lord. He told me that the Kang nation's assassination of the Heaven-defying Alliance's disciples is most likely related to another force. He told us not to act rashly and alert the enemy. It won't be too late for us to act after he's done investigating the force. Now that the Kang nation has sealed the border, he and Meng Shuo are in great danger. The slightest carelessness will lead to death. Our heaven-defying alliance can't be indifferent. The Sky Sword Peak Master shook his head. No matter what force was behind the Kang nation, the heaven-defying alliance had nothing to fear. If the Kang nation makes a move, let alone him, even the other senior disciples won't be able to resist. Tell him not to be impulsive. We should go support him as soon as possible. I agree with Fang Chen's suggestion. Elder Li said. Everyone was puzzled. Elder Li continued, daring to attack the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance is enough to show that the force behind the Kang nation is not to be underestimated. Our heaven-defying alliance doesn't make a move, but once we act, we must uproot this force. Right now, our heaven-defying alliance should secretly send experts to the Kang nation and wait for news from Fang Chen. We can't alert the enemy. Everyone objected, especially the Sky Sword Peak Master. Everyone has seen Fang Chen's potential. It's almost certain that he will enter the Holy Ji Palace. We can't afford to make any mistakes. This method is too rash. The Sky Sword Peak Master said in a deep voice. Even the Yun Luo Peak Master nodded gently, agreeing with the Sky Sword Peak Master's words. Fang Chen, he, stepped into the Saint Realm not long ago. After that, Elder Li didn't forget to add, he stepped into the third stage in one go. What? Exclamations rose one after another in the main hall. He stepped into the third stage in one go. Chapter 35:13. There was complete silence in the main hall. Everyone present was the peak masters of their respective peaks, and their cultivation had reached the level of a saint. Even though they were knowledgeable and had seen countless heaven's favorites, when they heard this news, their hearts trembled and their minds were in turmoil. Reaching 3 levels in one step was already considered an incredible genius in the Dao Palace. What frightening potential! Yun Luo Peak Master sighed after a long while. He guessed that Fang Chen must have found the third golden fire herb in the Death Mountain range, and successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. Yun Luo Peak Master's voice broke the silence in the main hall. The other Peak Masters also spoke and sighed. I remember that when he was at the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, he was invincible among the Saint Kings, and he even condensed an unprecedented Yin-Yang Origin Realm of 3,000 feet. Now that he has entered the Saint Realm, and reached 3 levels in one step, how powerful is he? At least, a 4th-level Saint King should not be his match, and a 5th-level Saint King should not be able to kill him. Sky Sword Peak Master laughed heartily. It had been a long time since such a genius had appeared in the heaven-defying alliance. In that case, let's do as he says. I will personally go to the border of the Kang Kingdom, and if there is any trouble, I will immediately take action. Sky Sword Peak Master said. Okay, it's decided. After knowing Fang Chen's insane strength, the Peak Masters were much more relieved. They also wanted to know who the faction behind the Kang Kingdom was. Soon, the news reached Wang Daoyun's ears. The latter was obviously stunned, and then smiled bitterly. The number 1 genius of the 9 Regions Division is well deserved. Sitting Forgetful City, City Lord's Mansion. Fang Chen stood in a restaurant not far from the City Lord's Mansion. He looked down at the City Lord's Mansion. His powerful divine sense covered the entire City Lord's Mansion. Rustle, rustle, rustle. One night, Sitting Forgetful City Lord returned. City Lord, have you found it? The steward came up and asked anxiously. Sitting Forgetful City Lord nodded. I have found the approximate location. Help me get the Saint Ascension Compass. I want to take it away immediately. The Sainthood Compass was a top-tier saint treasure, but its sealing ability was comparable to ordinary chaos heavenly treasures. Once it sealed space, No one below Saint Emperor could escape. After hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the meditative city lord with an extremely cold gaze. From Elder Li, he found out that Meng Ta and Sacred King Hua Kang had both fallen. Out of their group of 5, only he and Meng Shuo were left. And now, Meng Shuo was seriously injured, and her hiding place had been discovered by them. Just in case, they didn't hesitate to use the Saint Canonization Compass. Fang Chen snorted coldly. He hid in the dark and followed the city lord. Hoo. Under the nightlight, the cold wind rustled. Sitting Oblivion City Lord was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 miles away. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to look. There was nothing but darkness. He frowned slightly, feeling that someone was following him. The borders of the Kang Empire have been completely sealed off. If someone from the Heaven-defying alliance comes, the Imperial Advisor will definitely know. Sitting Oblivion City Lord continued on his way. It must be an illusion. After traveling continuously for 7 days, Sitting Oblivion City Lord stopped in front of a sea region. At a glance, the sea region was extremely wide. The surrounding area was filled with Kang Empire's imperial family martial artists. They were on guard, surrounding the sea region. Imperial Advisor. Sitting Oblivion City Lord hurriedly walked to the Imperial Advisor and took out the Saint Canonization Compass. The Saint Canonization Compass has been brought. That thief will definitely not be able to escape. The Imperial Advisor nodded. When she rushes out later, don't kill her. You must capture her alive. I want to drain her blood. Yes. Next, the Imperial Advisor began to activate the Saint Canonization Compass. A terrifying array enveloped the entire sea region. In the dark, Fang Chen's eyes shone with a cold light. At the same time, he was also observing the strength of the Kang Empire's imperial family martial artists. Currently, the Imperial Advisor was the strongest. He should have reached the level of a 4th-level Sacred King. As for Sitting Oblivion City Lord, he was at most a 3rd-level peak Sacred King. There was no need to fear him. Once I make a move, I must kill the Imperial Advisor in one strike, seize the Saint Canonization Compass, and destroy it. Fang Chen secretly planned. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the distant horizon. Following that, 3 black figures descended from the sky. After seeing them, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The aura of these black figures was exactly the same as the black figures that attacked them previously. It's them. Fang Chen said. Lord Bai, we have already trapped the person. The Imperial Advisor was very respectful towards the newcomers. The 3 of them were surrounded by a terrifying energy vortex. Their aura was very terrifying. Don't make any mistakes. We must capture this girl. Her blood is not only useful to the Kang Emperor, it is also very important to our Sans Demon Sect. Sans Demon Sect. Fang Chen secretly remembered this name. Now, Fang Chen finally understood. The forces behind the Kang Empire and the Kang Emperor assassinated the Heaven-defying Alliance's disciples for their blood. However, Fang Chen could not send a message to Elder Li. The Kang Empire's borders were sealed. Normal means were impossible to send a message. Previously in the Forgotten City, he had to use the Heaven-defying Alliance's special means to barely send a message back. Now, with the Imperial Advisor and the 3 from the Sans Demon Sect around, he did not dare to use such means. Once discovered, Meng Shuo's life would be in danger. Splash! The Saint Ascension Compass sealed the sea, rolling up monstrous waves. At the bottom of the sea, under a reef, Meng Shuo's body was covered in blood. Her face was pale, and she was on the verge of death. Rumble! A deafening sound came, and Meng Shuo tried to lift her eyelids to look above. Am I going to die? Meng Shuo smiled bitterly. Big brother, your sister is unfilial. I can't avenge you. At this point, she could only wait for death to come. Chen-ph, Kang Empire's trash. Even if I die, I will drag one of them down with me. Thinking of this, she tried to use the last bit of strength in her body to dive to the surface of the sea. She's out. The moment he saw Meng Shuo, The Imperial Advisor controlled the Saint Ascension compass to completely seal the void around her. Do it. Sitting Oblivion City Lord let out a low roar and charged towards Meng Sha. Whoosh. Meng Sha flipped her palm and a seal shot out. Boom. After the seal hit the Forgotten City Lord, it directly exploded, and a terrifying shockwave blasted the Forgotten City Lord away. Sky-flipping seal? Seeing this, the Imperial Advisor exclaimed. As expected of a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. You can even give out a treasure like the sky-flipping seal so casually. The Sans Demon sect sneered. However, do you think a mere sky-flipping seal can reverse the situation? Your Kang Empire, wait to suffer the endless anger of my heaven-defying alliance. Meng Sha said coldly. As her voice fell, Meng Sha spread out her hands, and spots of red blood appeared on her white dress. The origin star in her body was spinning wildly. She was accumulating strength, preparing to self-destruct. Self-destruct? The Sans Demon sect's people said disdainfully, in front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to self-destruct. Do it, capture her. Senior Sister Meng Sha. Chapter 35:14. The moment he saw Meng Sha, Fang Chen was enraged. He recalled the first time he met Meng Sha. She had smiled faintly and chatted with him. Although she was a senior disciple, she was not arrogant at all. At that time, Fang Chen had a good impression of Meng Sha. Later on the way to the Kang Nation, Bai Yang had been targeting Fang Chen, but Meng Sha had been on Fang Chen's side. The once sweet girl was now covered in blood. Her face was pale and she was on the verge of death. She activated the remaining energy in her body and wanted to detonate her source star to take these people down with her. Suppress. The sage rulers led by the Oblivion City Master worked together and trapped Meng Sha on the surface of the sea. At the same time, countless terrifying rays of light shot out and pierced through the void, turning into a long rainbow that blasted toward Meng Sha. Trying to detonate yourself? Dream on. The Oblivion City Master sneered. He took the lead and arrived in front of Meng Sha before the others. He reached out his hand and grabbed the countless rays of light in the void and slapped them toward Meng Sha. Crack. Just when everyone thought that Meng Sha would be suppressed by the Oblivion City Master, something strange happened. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Meng Sha. As soon as the figure appeared, he threw out a powerful punch and sent the Oblivion City Master flying. Die. Fang Chen's eyes were red and filled with murderous intent. After sending the Oblivion City Master flying, he did not stop. He took a step forward and caught up with the Oblivion City Master. The hidden star sword flashed and pierced the Oblivion City Master's head. Boom. Fang Chen shook his wrist and the Oblivion City Master's head exploded instantly. He died instantly. Whoosh. The world fell into dead silence. Even the Imperial Advisor and the people of the Sans Demon cult were stunned. But very soon, they woke up from their shock and stared at Fang Chen with incomparable fury. After killing the Oblivion City Master, Fang Chen returned to the surface of the sea and supported Meng Sha, who was on the verge of collapsing. He placed his palm on her back and injected energy into Meng Sha's body. At the same time, he forcefully suppressed Meng Sha's source star and prevented it from exploding. Junior brother Fang. The extremely weak Meng Sha revealed an excited smile when she saw Fang Chen. But soon, he began to worry about Fang Chen. Junior brother Fang, leave quickly. Meng Sha urged, they killed my big brother and senior brother Hua Kang. I'm heavily injured and can't escape. Don't worry about me, run back to the heaven-defying alliance and find reinforcements. Meng Sha knew that her injuries were too severe. If Fang Chen carried her, they wouldn't be able to break out of the encirclement. In that case, even Fang Chen would die here. Saint Kangye's relic was an elaborate trap set up by the Kang Nation to lure and kill our heaven-defying alliance's disciples. Meng Sha was extremely anxious. In just a short moment, after Fang Chen's infusion of energy, Meng Sha's injuries had already stabilized, and her complexion had also become much better. Senior Sister Meng Sha. Fang Chen stopped Meng Sha from speaking. I'm here, you'll be fine. Rest well, I will take you back to the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen solemnly promised, I will also avenge senior brother Meng Ta and senior brother Hua Kang. After saying that, Without waiting for Meng Shuo's reaction, he kept her in Immortal Cave Mountain. "It's you." After seeing Fang Chen, the Imperial Preceptor roared with a ferocious face. "You're still alive." Back then, the people of the No Demon cult forced Fang Chen and the other 4 into the Death Mountain range. In the end, only Huakang and the other 2 came out. The Imperial Preceptor believed that Fang Chen and Bai Yang must have died in the Death Mountain range. After all, that was the Death Mountain range, filled with terrifying golden corrosive water. A mere Saint King couldn't resist at all. However, at that moment, Fang Chen had appeared completely unharmed. And what shocked him the most was, not only did Fang Chen break through to the Saint Realm, but he also stepped into the 3rd stage. This scene shocked him too much. "You," the Imperial Preceptor stared coldly at Fang Chen, "if you hadn't appeared, it would have been really difficult for us to find you. You walked right into our trap. Today, this will be your burial ground." On the side, the people of the No Demon cult stared at Fang Chen with interest. He's also a 3rd-level Saint King, but he can kill Forgetful City Lord in seconds. As expected of a disciple of the Heaven-defying Alliance. If I'm not wrong, with his potential, it's enough to enter the Doctrine Palace, right? Hearing this, the Imperial Preceptor and the others were moved. The Doctrine Palace. That was the core place of the Heaven-defying Alliance to cultivate disciples. Even in the entire Godsfall battlefield, it had an incomparably resounding reputation. Every disciple who entered the Doctrine Palace, if they didn't die midway, would definitely be able to step into the invincible Saint Realm in the future. This was also why the Heaven-defying Alliance was able to firmly occupy the position of a top force in the Godsfall battlefield for countless years. Phew, the people of the No Demon cult licked their dry lips and said eerily, "Originally, I just wanted to suppress you, drain your blood, and then kill you. But now, I've changed my mind." After a slight pause, he continued, "Your potential is too shocking. If I refine you into a demonic puppet, it should be very interesting." The demonic puppet was a kind of war weapon of the No Demon cult. It was very powerful and very cruel. Kang Kingdom. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. On the tip of the sword, drops of blood dripped down. This was the blood of the Forgetful City Lord. "You dare to kill a disciple of the Heaven-defying Alliance. Are you ready to bear the wrath of the Heaven-defying Alliance?" Hearing this, the Imperial Preceptor sneered. "Tempage, don't use the Heaven-defying Alliance to scare us. Kid, you'd better think about escaping this place. For the sake of your ambition, you've killed innocent people. You're really cruel," Fang Chen said word by word. At this moment, he was furious. So what? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. In the world of cultivation, weakness is the original sin, the Imperial Preceptor said. Hee, Fang Chen laughed. His laughter was very arrogant. In the world of cultivation, weakness is the original sin. Weakness is the original sin. Take him down for me. Obviously, the Imperial Preceptor did not want to talk nonsense with Fang Chen and directly ordered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Saint Kings who had attacked together with the Forgetful City Lord swarmed over. Attack together and kill him. Someone roared. Although Fang Chen had killed the Forgetful City Lord in one blow, they were still very frightened. But thinking about it carefully, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. With so many of them, why would they be afraid of a 3rd-level Saint King? Kill. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The Saint Kings brought by the Imperial Preceptor attacked together and surrounded Fang Chen. Buzz. The hidden star sword trembled slightly and let out a sword cry. Fang Chen looked at everything coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. Senior Brother Huakang, Senior Brother Meng Ta, I'll avenge you today. In order to take revenge, Fang Chen did not hesitate to start a massacre. Moreover, these people were all heinous and deserved to be killed. Swoosh. The Hunyuan sword principle was used directly. A terrifying aura swept through the heavens and the earth. The 5 origin stars in Fang Chen's body rotated rapidly and burst out with shocking power. At the same time, rays of bright and terrifying sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. The Hunyuan sword principle had a total of 3 moves, and each move had 3 styles. A long time ago, Fang Chen had mastered the first move's 3 moves. Not long ago, he had broken through the shackles in the Death Mountain range and stepped into the Saint realm. At the same time, he had also comprehended the second 3 styles. Sky-breaking sword. Fang Chen roared. This was the first style of the second move. Puff puff puff. Once this sword was used, it was almost invincible under the Saint King. Wherever the sword light passed, it directly penetrated the chests of the Saint Kings who were rushing over. Their bodies fell to the ground with a plop, losing their vitality. Sky-shaking sword. The second style of the second move of the Hunyuan sword principle. Immediately after, Fang Chen used this move. The hidden star sword carried the dreadful metal origin. It rotated in the void and drew a golden arc buzz. Fang Chen's finger gently flicked on the hidden star sword. Suddenly, the tip of the hidden star sword directly touched the golden arc. Roar roar roar. Suddenly, the roar of beasts erupted from the golden arc. It was as if a beast tide had arrived. Along with the roar, the Hunyuan sword chi also rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi rose to the peak. Puff. Those Saint Kings who were lucky enough to escape the first sword light watched helplessly as the second sword light penetrated their chests. No! Countless screams echoed on the surface of the sea. Splash! When Fang Chen withdrew the hidden star sword, the Saint Kings brought by the Imperial Preceptor were all dead. Their bodies fell into the sea and the sea was dyed red with blood. The heavens and the earth were filled with an extremely solemn aura. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at the Imperial Preceptor coldly like a killing god. The Imperial Preceptor's body involuntarily took a few steps back. He was shocked and looked at Fang Chen with some fear. How can he be so strong? He's too strong. There's no way to stop him. Only His Majesty can suppress him. The Imperial Preceptor was about to send a message to Prince Kang, but he was stopped by the no-demon cult. Humph, a mere 3rd-level Saint King is nothing to be afraid of. The leader said. That's right. With us here, he can't do anything. Continue to control the sainthood compass. Don't let him escape. The last person licked his lips and sneered. I'm more and more interested in refining him into a demonic puppet. The 3 from the no-demon cult stepped forward and stood on the shore, facing Fang Chen from a distance. Although these people are ants in our eyes, they are after all the vassals of our no-demon cult. The leader said. If you kill them, you will be going against our no-demon cult. Since ancient times, those who go against our no-demon cult have never had a good ending. No-demon cult. Fang Chen muttered. The assassination of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples was orchestrated by your no-demon cult. Yes, it was us. Not only them, but you will also become a ghost under the blade of our no-demon cult. Although he didn't know what kind of power the no-demon cult was, Fang Chen felt that the situation was tricky. But now, if there were only these 3 from the no-demon cult, he had nothing to fear. I've just broken through. I can use this battle to test my power. Fang Chen looked up and shot a cold gaze. Chapter 35:15. To be honest, Fang Chen did not think much of this motley crew. When he was in the Yin-Yang Origin realm, he could already kill a 3rd-level peak Holy King. Now that he had entered the Saint realm, his strength had increased in all aspects. Die! The Imperial Advisor scolded coldly. His body was filled with murderous intent. He knew that he had to kill Fang Chen today. Otherwise, there would be no end to the trouble. A month ago, he was just a Yin-Yang Origin realm warrior. Just a month later, he had entered the 3rd-level Holy King realm. Such an unimaginable improvement was simply shocking. With such potential, if he was allowed to escape, not to mention the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he could destroy the entire Kang Kingdom if he was allowed to grow. Azure Fire Technique. The Imperial Advisor stomped his foot and flew into the air. His hands quickly formed a seal. He controlled the sainthood compass and used the seal to compress the void around Fang Chen. Crack! The motionless space around Fang Chen was directly torn apart. A berserk hurricane blew over, stirring up huge waves on the calm surface of the sea. At the same time, the Grand Master's figure turned into a long rainbow and charged towards Fang Chen at lightning speed. The Imperial Advisor will probably kill this guy. The three from the no-demon cult were all 4th-level holy kings. Last time, the no-demon cult targeted Fang Chen and the other 4 and wanted to kill them. However, there was an accident that led to the annihilation of the entire group. The no-demon cult was enraged. This time, they specially sent out 3 4th-level holy kings to kill the heaven-defying alliance disciples and eliminate all future troubles. When they saw Fang Chen's previous attack, they knew that his strength should be comparable to a 4th-level holy king. Even as an enemy, I have to admit that this fellow's potential is truly formidable. Yes, even Wang Daoyun's potential back then was not as good as his. The leader's eyes were cold. When he heard the name Wang Daoyun, he was slightly moved. Speaking of Wang Daoyun, many people were not familiar with him and had never heard of him. After all, he came from the 9 Regions division and did not receive much attention. However, almost everyone in the entire Godfall battlefield knew about the Dao Palace. His identity as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace was enough for the saints of other forces to treat him with respect. But now, they had to face a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance who had greater potential than Wang Daoyun of the Dao Palace. They put away their previous contempt and gradually became serious. On the surface of the sea, Fang Chen stood with his sword in hand, looking at the imperial advisor who was shooting towards him. Although the masterminds behind the scenes are the Skyless Demon Cult and Lord Kang, you are also the executor. You have to bear all the responsibility for the deaths of senior brother Hua Kang and Master Meng Ta. Fang Chen muttered. I'll start with you to avenge my 2 senior brothers. As soon as he said that, Fang Chen struck out with his sword. Although the strike seemed ordinary, it quickly condensed into a terrifying swordlight in the void. This swordlight contained the incomparably sharp power of the origin of gold. Die. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't dodge and instead welcomed his attack, the state preceptor sneered. Break for me. He sneered and gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Your strongest attack has been shattered by me. What else do you have? When his fist collided with the swordlight, the state preceptor's aura was oppressive. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fang Chen dying in his hands. Crack. However, as soon as his voice fell, the arrogant smile on his face came to an abrupt end. It was replaced by a miserable cry. With a crash, his entire arm shattered and blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. Ah! The state preceptor panicked. He endured the pain and quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the sainthood compass to block Fang Chen's attack. Origin Sword Art. However, Fang Chen didn't give him a chance and continued to strike with his sword. The Origin Sword Light carried infinite power as it pierced through time and space and pierced the state preceptor's chest. No. The state preceptor didn't even have time to speak before the sword light pierced through him. Not good. The 3 from the No Demon Cult wanted to save the state preceptor, but it was already too late. When they dispersed the terrifying airflow, the state preceptor's body had already fallen into the sea. The 3 from the No Demon Cult's face turned extremely gloomy. Although the state preceptor was like an ant to them, he was still a member of the royal family of the Kang country and also the representative of the Kang emperor. The Kang country was still useful to them. Would the death of the state preceptor cause a rift between the Kang emperor and the No Demon Cult? Kid, you're courting death. The leader reached out his hand and sucked the sainthood ascension compass floating in the air into his pouch. Wang. He channeled the energy in his body into the sainthood compass. Immediately, the wind howled and the seal around the sea shrunk rapidly. Very good. I was planning to let you live a little longer, but it seems like there's no need for that now. This kid is a little evil. Let's kill him together. In an instant, the 3 from the No Demon Cult released a violent energy and trapped Fang Chen on the sea. There are many people in this world who can kill me, but the 3 of you are not qualified. Fang Chen was calm. Facing the 3 Saint Emperors of the No Demon Cult, there was no fear. Instead, there was an invincible confidence and dominance. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have no enmity with the No Demon Cult, but you want to kill senior brother Hua Kang and senior brother Meng Ta. Fang Chen continued, since you've done it, then you must be prepared to pay a heavy price, right? Fang Chen's gaze fell on the 3 of them. The Kang country had mobilized a large force to kill senior sister Meng Shuo. Now, only the three of them were left. The others were all killed by him. Facing those who deserved to die, Fang Chen would never show mercy. Even if the other party had a great background, he was fearless. Kid, I admit that you have great potential. But if the three of us work together, we can even fight against a 5th-level Saint Emperor. What do you have to fight against us? Surrender obediently. After we drain your blood, we can refine you into a demonic puppet. You can continue to live in this world in another way. Otherwise, once the three of us attack, you won't even have a corpse left. Fang Chen's potential was too great, causing the three of them to covet Fang Chen's treasures and his blood. His blood is at least of the heaven grade. If we bring it back, we will definitely be heavily rewarded. The three from the No Demon cult secretly calculated. In their opinion, Fang Chen only had one way out today, and that was to be suppressed by them. There was no other way. However, Fang Chen did not mind at all when faced with such a hopeless situation. There was not even a trace of nervousness on his face. He looked at the three of them with ridicule. A month ago, my cultivation was only at the complete yin-yang origin stage, Fang Chen said. The three of them sneered and did not speak. Now, not only have I stepped into the Saint realm, but I've also stepped into the 3rd level. So what? The No Demon cult said disdainfully. Fang Chen chuckled and added, You must be wondering why the fellow disciples you sent to kill us in front of the Death Mountain range died so tragically, right? Chapter 35:16. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from the three men from the No Demon sect. They were burning with rage and bared their teeth. Their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Damn you. How dare you kill the people of my No Demon cult? Your crime is unforgivable. No one in the world can save you. The other two men from the No Demon sect had already gone mad. They were ready to kill Fang Chen. However, at this moment, the leader suddenly woke up and called out to the other two. Big brother. The two of them did not understand why their big brother called out to them. The leader's expression changed. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen. You finally figured it out. Fang Chen sneered. It seemed that the people from the No Demon sect were not idiots. The leader turned his head and looked at the other two. He was in a trance and had the illusion that he could not defeat Fang Chen. However, the three of them quickly shook their heads. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. The other two did not believe that Fang Chen could easily kill a 3rd-level holy king in the yin-yang origin realm. You must have a treasure on you. They looked at Fang Chen with greedy eyes. They licked their lips and attacked at lightning speed. 3 kills formation. The three of them flickered and kept changing their positions. They had used their strongest moves the moment they arrived. The 3 kills formation was a trump card that they were proud of. Once an enemy was trapped in the 3 kills formation, unless the enemy was a 5th-level holy king or above, they would not be able to escape. Moreover, the 3 kills formation contained a terrifying bloody force. After a long time, the martial artists trapped in it would be corroded alive by this force. What an overbearing formation. Seeing the 3 kills formation, Fang Chen was also somewhat astonished. He did not expect the three of them to have such a move. It seems that I need to put in some effort. Fang Chen shook his head. Then, he held his sword and rushed into the core of the 3 kills formation to find the center of the formation and break it. Ha ha ha, it's useless. You're just a mere 3rd-level holy king. It's impossible for you to break the 3 kills array. After Fang Chen was trapped in the 3 killings formation, even the leader of the group heaved a sigh of relief and laughed arrogantly. Boom. However, their excitement only lasted for 3 seconds before it completely froze. Violent energy surged out from within the 3 kills array and destroyed the array foundation of the 3 kills array. No. The three of them seemed to have realized something. They roared hysterically and crazily controlled the 3 kills array. However, the base of the formation was shattered, and the core of the formation was also destroyed by Fang Chen. The collapse of the 3 kills formation was already irreversible. Boom. Boom. A loud explosion was heard. In just a moment, the triple kill formation was completely shattered. The three of them from the no-demon cult were pushed back by the strong impact. As the smoke dissipated, Fang Chen once again appeared in their line of sight. If that's all you've got, then you can die now. Fang Chen walked over step by step. The hidden star sword in his hand rotated, and the immemorial sword art was fully displayed. Swoosh! 3 sharp and domineering sword lights pierced towards the three of them. Bang! 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 The three of them tried their best to resist, but their strength was suppressed. They could not do anything to Fang Chen. Die! After forcing the three of them back, Fang Chen continued to attack, wanting to kill the three of them. A 4th-level Holy Emperor is only SOSO. Fang Chen, who displayed the immemorial sword art, was too powerful. A 4th-level Holy Emperor was no match for him. The three of them from the no-demon cult had never expected Fang Chen's potential to be so terrifying. Kid, you. The members of the no-demon cult looked at Fang Chen timidly. Just one face-to-face and they were already terrified. H, you're indeed very strong. The three of us can't do anything to you, but you still want 4. The leader said. I've already sent a message to the Kang Emperor. He's on his way. You're dead meat. The Kang Emperor, the strongest person in the Kang country, was also the only 5th-level Holy Emperor. Moreover, he was the oldest 5th-level Holy Emperor. He had many tricks up his sleeves. Under his rule, the Kang country was worshipped by the heroes. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that scene. A sword light flashed, and 3 corpses fell into the sea. Let's go. Fang Chen waved his sleeves and collected the Sumeru rings that were scattered on the sea. Then, he quickly left. At the same time, he used a special method to send a message to Elder Li. Soon, he received the latter's reply. Fang Chen, be careful. The Sky Sword Peak Master is already breaking the seal. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Elder Li exhorted. After receiving the reply, Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. The Kang Emperor? Fang Chen murmured. His powerful primordial spirit had already sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the northwest direction. That pressure should belong to the Kang Emperor. On this day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the Kang country. A terrifying rainbow light traveled through the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, the void would tear and the cities would tremble. All the warriors prostrated themselves on the ground. Their hearts were filled with fear as if the end of the world was coming. Oh my God, what happened? It's too terrifying. That aura is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Could it be that someone wants to challenge the Kang Emperor? Soon, a piece of news spread. Someone started a massacre in the Kang country. The Kang Emperor was enraged and chased after the culprit. Everyone suddenly realized that the terrifying aura they had felt earlier was actually created by the Azure Emperor. The Kang Emperor is too strong. He was a 5th-level Holy Emperor a long time ago. His foundation is too deep and he is invincible in the same realm. I'm really curious. Who is the person that made the Kang Emperor angry? At this moment, everyone was unaware that outside the borders of the Kang country, there was an even more terrifying existence breaking the seal with brute force. Kang country. The Sky Sword Peak Master muttered, his eyes cold. A mere Kang country dared to kill a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. It seemed that the Godsfall battlefield had been peaceful for so many years that the world had forgotten the power of the heaven-defying alliance. You want to stop me with a mere seal? The Sky Sword Peak Master attacked in anger. He punched out, and wherever his fist passed, cracking sounds could be heard. When he retracted his fist, the seal that enveloped the Kang country disappeared without a trace. The Sky Sword Peak Master spread out his consciousness and instantly found Fang Chen and the Kang Emperor. Kang Emperor, you dare to touch a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. The Sky Sword Peak Master's voice rang in the sky above the Kang country. Not good, it's the Sky Sword Peak Master. The Kang Emperor who was chasing Fang Chen felt his heart tighten. That guy's potential is too strong. He must be killed. Although the Sky Sword Peak Master is fast, he is still far away from me. Before he arrives, I must use the power of thunder to kill him and then leave. Since the matter had been exposed, the Kang Emperor was even more determined to kill the heaven-defying alliance's monstrous disciple and suck his blood. The no-demon cult had already made arrangements. Once this matter was over, the Kang Emperor would disappear from the world's sight. Kill. Thinking of this, the Kang Emperor increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Fang Chen. "You're finally here," Fang Chen said. At the border of the Kang country, the Sky Sword Peak Master who was rushing over was furious. "Kang Emperor, if you dare to make a move, I guarantee that your Kang country will be completely destroyed." The Sky Sword Peak Master's voice was heard. The entire Kang country was in an uproar. Many people did not understand why the Kang Emperor had a grudge with the heaven-defying alliance. Hee. Chapter 35:17. Lord Kang was a 5th-level Holy Emperor expert, and he had already reached the pinnacle. He was only a step away from the 6th-level Holy Emperor. Now, he was attacking Fang Chen at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Go to hell. The Sky Sword Peak Master was strong, but there was still a distance between him and Fang Chen. This distance was enough for Lord Kang to kill Fang Chen and escape. Keek. Lord Kang gloated when he saw the Sky Sword Peak Master's angry face. He was even more sure that Fang Chen had a high status in the heaven-defying alliance. Killing such a monstrous disciple would definitely cause the heaven-defying alliance to suffer a great loss. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, killing a few more people did not matter. Die. Lord Kang punched out, and the sky changed color. The space around Fang Chen crumbled. Not good. Fang Chen exclaimed in his heart. The chaotic sword body was fully activated, and a terrifying sword radiance formed a layer of sword armor around his body. His defense was raised to the highest level. At the same time, his golden primordial spirit was spinning crazily, and a powerful spiritual consciousness spread out, distorting the space, trying to break through the sealed space. 5 origin stars broke out from his body and floated above his head. His wrist shook, and the hidden star sword danced in the air as he executed his strongest killing move. Mixed element sword art. With a slash of his sword, 6 different sword lights shot out. Within the sword radiances, there was a terrifying aura of sword Tao, and an indestructible gold origin energy. Boom! Lord Kang's fist radiance clashed with the 6 sword radiances, and the sound of an explosion was endless. Catcher! A crisp sound was heard, and the fist radiance engulfed everything, destroying 4 sword radiances in an instant. The remaining 2 sword radiances were easily blocked by Lord Kang. Hey! Lord Kang was slightly surprised, and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Chen, and his eyes turned cold. A 3rd-level Holy King can actually block my fist. At this moment, the killing intent in Lord Kang's heart intensified. After countless years of cultivation, although he had yet to reach the level of a 6th-level Saint Emperor, he had already reached the peak of the 5th level. It was no exaggeration to say that under the 6th stage, he was almost invincible. However, facing a 3rd-level Holy King, he actually did not manage to kill him instantly with a single punch. There's a secret on this guy. Instantly, the Kang Emperor thought of this. His bloodline. The Kang Emperor's gaze towards Fang Chen was filled with greed. Kill. With a stomp of his foot, the entire void trembled. This time, he had used all his strength. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in the void. I can't. Fang Chen kept retreating, using the 5 origin stars to block the Azure King's frenzied attacks. Poochie. Finally, after blocking a few attacks, one of the origin stars suffered a heavy blow and showed signs of cracking. Fang Chen was heavily injured as a result. He was blown away and slammed into the ground. Voila! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fang Chen felt that his body could no longer move. The cracks on the origin star were still spreading. He wanted to use his strength to stabilize the origin star. However, the Kang Emperor did not give him the chance. Whoosh! The Kang Emperor threw out a punch across the void. Fang Chen could only watch as the punch came towards him. Stop! In the distant horizon, the void was torn apart. The Sky Sword Peak Master's huge figure appeared out of nowhere. He roared and bared his teeth. His entire body turned into a ray of light and shot towards Yi Shiwen at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. At the same time, he executed a heaven-shaking technique. Just as the Azure Emperor's fistlight was about to collide with Fang Chen's body, the Heavenly Sword Peak Master stretched out his hand, blocking the incoming fistlight. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. Whoosh! Even though the master of the Heavenly Sword Peak blocked the fist of light, there was still some grey power that leaked out and struck the origin star above Fang Chen's head. Crack! The cracked origin star could no longer hold on and shattered with a loud bang. No! Seeing this, the Sky Sword Peak Master roared hysterically. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and a powerful force wrapped around the unconscious Fang Chen. Damn it! He turned his head and looked at the Kang Emperor. At this moment, the Kang Emperor had already escaped. The shattering of Fang Chen's origin star meant that he had fallen from his pedestal. Even if his potential was heaven-defying, his path of cultivation had come to an end. In just a day, he had turned from a genius to a cripple. Even if he could survive, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Sometimes, letting a person live was more torturous than killing them. Even though they did not get Fang Chen's blood, it was worth it to cripple him. How dare you touch a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? Your entire Kang country will be buried with me. The Sky Sword Peak Master was completely enraged. He floated in the air and looked down at the entire Kang country. With a wave of his hand, lightning dragons danced in the sky. Terrifying light shone on the entire Kang country. Countless cultivators could not stand the terrifying pressure and knelt on the ground. The weaker ones even fainted on the spot. On this day, the entire Kang country was dyed in blood as if it was hell. Everywhere the Sky Sword Peak Master passed by was in ruins. You can't escape. Even though the Kang Emperor was a 5th-level Holy Emperor and the strongest in the Kang country, he had nowhere to run under the Sky Sword Peak Master's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, he felt a cold force coming from behind him. In a panic, he quickly dodged. With a bang, the force hit his shoulder. The Kang Emperor screamed and got up to continue running. My lord, save me. The Kang Emperor's heart was filled with fear. The Sky Sword Peak Master was too strong. He was so strong that he did not even have the courage to fight him. If this continued, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, he could only ask for help from the Sans demon cult. Just as he was about to catch up with the Kang Emperor, a long sword suddenly appeared in the Sky Sword Peak Master's hand. The aura on the sword was like a rainbow as he slashed out. Rip! The void was torn apart as a 1,000-feet-long sword shadow swooped down. At this moment, a pitch-black illusory door appeared in front of the Kang Emperor. Seeing this, the Kang Emperor stepped into the illusory door without saying a word. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the 1,000-feet-long sword shadow slammed down, the illusory door had already disappeared. Sky Sword Peak Master, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your personality is still so fiery. A mocking voice came from the void far away. Back then, my heaven-defying alliance wiped out your no-demon sect. If it wasn't for the Alliance Master's mercy, you would have been completely wiped out. The Sky Sword Peak Master said coldly, now, you are secretly killing my heaven-defying alliance's disciples. Who gave you the courage? The rise of my no-demon sect is just around the corner. As for you, Sky Sword Peak Master, one day, I will pay you back double. The Sky Sword Peak Master's consciousness covered the entire Kang country, but he could not find any trace of the no-demon sect. He frowned as he looked into the distance with a gloomy face. Void Shift. Void Shift was a technique that only invincible saints could use. The person who saved Lord Kang was obviously not an invincible saint. Then, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had a Void Shift token. The Sky Sword Peak Master snorted coldly. In order to save Lord Kang, he did not hesitate to use a priceless Void Shift token. The other party used the Void Shift token, and the Sky Sword Peak Master could not track him down. Thinking of the destruction of Fang Chen's origin star, the Sky Sword Peak Master was furious. Although Lord Kang had escaped, he vented his anger on the Kang country's royal family. Lord Kang's subordinates are unforgivable. On this day, the entire Kang country was shaken, and none of the royal family members survived. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The entire Kang country was dyed red with blood. Heaven-defying alliance, origin gathering mountain. Many peak masters gathered in the 8th cave abode on the 9th step. Even Wang Daoyun of the Dao Palace was there. How is it? Wang Daoyun walked in from outside and asked in a low voice. Behind him was a very low-key middle-aged man. When the peak masters saw this person, they were in awe. Greetings, Vice Palace Master. This person was the Vice Palace Master of the Dao Palace, and one of the most powerful people in the Heaven-defying alliance. Once, he personally appointed Fang Chen as a disciple of the Dao Palace, but he needed to go through training before he could enter the Dao Palace. However, such a thing happened in such a short period of time. The Vice Palace Master of the Dao Palace waved his hand and walked to the bed. He looked at the unconscious Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Vice Palace Master, I am mainly responsible for this matter, and I am willing to accept the punishment. The Sky Sword Peak Master felt guilty. If he had arrived earlier and treated the enemy more seriously, perhaps Fang Chen would not have suffered such a heavy injury. Sigh. After a long time, the Vice Palace Master sighed. Originally, Fang Chen's potential exceeded the Vice Palace Master's imagination, and he even thought that Fang Chen had a high chance of becoming a chaotic supremacy in the future. However, the Origin Star was the most important source of energy in the Saint Realm. Once the Origin Star was broken, it meant the end of the path of cultivation. A genius was reduced to an ordinary person in one move. Even an outsider like the Vice Palace Master could not accept it. Since the Sky Sword Peak Master brought Fang Chen back to the Heaven-defying alliance, many Peak Masters had been discussing how to help Fang Chen repair the Origin Star. However, all their efforts ended in failure. The culprits of this matter are Lord Kang and the No Demon cult. It has nothing to do with the Sky Sword Peak Master, said Elder Li Dam, the No Demon cult. Back then, they were defeated by the Heaven-defying alliance, and now they dare to target our disciple. They are courting death. No matter what, this matter is not over. The No Demon cult will pay a heavy price for their foolish actions. Many Peak Masters expressed their opinions. After the Vice Palace Master checked Fang Chen's injuries, he told Elder Li to do his best to treat him, and then left in a hurry. There were many people, and the Vice Palace Master did not have any hope. After all, it was the shattering of the Origin Star. Wang Daoyun's expression was complicated, and his heart was not calm. Junior brother, I hope you can survive. The Sky Sword Peak Master was very angry and left the Heaven-defying alliance on the same day, declaring that he would find the No Demon cult's lair to avenge Fang Chen and the disciples who died in the Kang Kingdom. The other Peak Masters also returned to their respective peaks. Mad Saber Li and Princess Tianqin stayed to take care of Fang Chen. I'll go get him some treasures. You two take good care of him, said Elder Li. Although the higher-ups kept it a secret, what happened in the Kang Kingdom still spread in the Heaven-defying alliance. Chapter 35:18. For the first time, the Sans Demon cult appeared in the eyes of many ordinary disciples. They began to collect information about the Sans Demon cult, asking about Fang Chen and what had happened in the Kang Kingdom. In the end, they found nothing. The Sans Demon cult was too mysterious, and there was very little information circulating in the outside world. Very few people knew of their existence. Even the higher-ups of the Heaven-defying alliance avoided talking about it. A few days later, the disciples stopped talking about the Sans Demon cult and focused their attention on Fang Chen. He was once a proud son of heaven. As soon as he entered the Heaven-defying alliance, he defeated the new disciple Yintong and Lin Yi. What a pity. Senior brother Fang has unparalleled potential. He stepped into the Saint Realm, and even reached the 3rd level in one step. Now, his Source Star has shattered. Yes, the Source Star is too important for a Saint Realm warrior. Once it shatters, the path of cultivation is almost over. No one can reform it. Back then, he defeated Yintong with one punch and Lin Yi with one sword. He was in high spirits and was called the strongest among the new disciples. Now, he has become like this. Everyone sighed. Of course, there were some who gloated. Among them were Lin Yi and Yintong. Now, both of them had stepped into the saint realm. Although they were not as monstrous as Fang Chen, their combined strength was not weak. Lin Yi even thought that his strength was enough to challenge Fang Chen. Time passed. Since Fang Chen's source star shattered and he was brought back to the heaven-defying alliance by the Sky Sword Peak Master, he had been cultivating in the cave and never came out. Everyone was guessing whether Fang Chen had given up on himself because he couldn't bear such a heavy blow. One day, at the foot of Juyuan Mountain, in Lin Yi's cave, Lin Yi, dressed in white, was sitting on a stone bench. Beside him was Fairy Zixio. "Brother Yi." Fairy Zixio was a little puzzled. Lin Yi asked her to come here. Why did he not say a word? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi's gaze fell on the door. Fairy Zixio got up and walked to the door with light steps. She opened the door. She saw Yintong and a large group of new disciples. Fairy Zixio. After greeting Fairy Zixio, Yintong and the others walked straight to Lin Yi. "Senior brother Lin Yi," Yintong said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Ever since he was defeated by Fang Chen, he had been preparing for revenge. Now, the opportunity had finally come. The Sky Sword Peak Master said it himself. One of that guy's origin stars shattered. Yintong grinned and said, "Humph. Even if his potential is unparalleled and his yin-yang energy is unprecedentedly powerful, so what? In the end, didn't he still end up in such a miserable state?" Within the cave, countless disciples agreed. They all chose to stand on Lin Yi's side. Senior brother Lin Yi, ever since Fang Chen became the new chief disciple, he has been hogging a lot of resources. The resources we have received are pitifully little. Now that he has been crippled, senior apprentice brother Lin Yi should replace him and become the new lead disciple. The chief disciple received more cultivation resources than the average disciple. Moreover, the chief disciple had the right to prioritize the distribution of cultivation resources. Therefore, many disciples hoped that Lin Yi could become the lead disciple again. That way, they would be able to receive more resources. In just 1 month, most of the new disciples have already joined senior apprentice brother Lin Yi's side. Only Mad Blade Li and Princess Tianqin from the 9 regions are on his side. Everyone chimed in one after another, denouncing Fang Chen. Yin Tong stared at Lin Yi. "You'll be in charge of this battle." Finally, Lin Yi spoke. "Don't worry, senior apprentice brother Lin Yi. I won't let everyone down." On the 9th step of Origin Gathering Mountain, in the 8th cave residence. After half a month of recuperation, Fang Chen finally woke up. However, his body was still extremely weak. Cough, cough. The sword qi around him suddenly dissipated. His throat moved, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. "Senior brother Fang." Mad Blade Li hurriedly walked over and helped Fang Chen up. "Your injuries haven't healed. You can't use the power of the origin." He had just entered the Saint Realm and had already formed 5 origin stars. This was considered outstanding in the Dao Palace. If he hadn't been killed by the Kang Emperor, his future would have been limitless. But now, one of his origin stars had shattered. The remaining 4 couldn't be continued. He couldn't use the power of the origin in his body at all. Bang! Fang Chen punched the ground. The origin star shattered. "I'll just continue to form more. I, Fang Chen, have encountered countless setbacks in my life, but I have never fallen. What's the big deal about a mere origin star shattering?" Fang Chen refused to admit defeat. "Others can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't do it." After a long while, Fang Chen finally calmed down. Princess Tianqin walked over and whispered, "Recently, Lin Yi and Yintong have been very active ever since they learned of your situation. They've won over most of the new disciples, trying to force you to hand over the position of the chief disciple. Fang Chen, get out here." At this moment, a series of curses that contained the power of origin reverberated above Origin Gathering Mountain. After Fang Chen heard it, his face darkened. He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. "Trash, you don't have the right to be the chief disciple of the new disciples. If you know what's good for you, quit." Princess Qianqin and Mad Blade Li were furious. Before Fang Chen was crippled, they didn't care about him at all. Now, they were adding insult to injury. Creak. Mad Blade Li couldn't take it anymore. He rushed out of the door and shouted. Who was it that severely injured Yintong with one punch? A loser dares to yell in front of senior brother Fang. You're courting death. Mad Blade Li, I think you're the one courting death. Yintong held back her anger. The position of chief disciple belongs to those who are capable. Fang Chen's origin star has shattered. His cultivation path has been cut off. It's a waste of resources to continue occupying the position of chief disciple. Yintong said, moreover, when he defeated me, I said that one day, I, Yintong, would come for revenge. Now, the time has come. Despicable and shameless. Princess Qianqin's face was cold. Yintong had the audacity to say such high-sounding words in front of all the disciples. She was really thick-skinned. What? Are you scared? Are you going to be a coward forever? Fang Chen's cave abode was on the 9th step. They weren't qualified to go up, so they could only use provocation. Get out. Senior brother Fang has no time to deal with small fries like you. Mad Blade Li closed the door after saying that. At the square below Origin Gathering Mountain, many disciples looked at each other, waiting for Yintong's order. Senior brother Yintong, Fang Chen must know that he's no match for you, so he doesn't dare to come down. If he keeps hiding in the cave abode, we can't do anything to him. Damn him. Everyone said angrily. Keep scolding. I'd like to see how long this guy can endure. 3 days. Yintong and the others cursed at the foot of Origin Gathering Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. In the 8th cave abode on the 9th step, Princess Qianqin and Mad Blade Li couldn't stand it anymore. They wanted to rush out several times, but they were stopped by Fang Chen. Whoosh. On this day, Fang Chen suddenly got up and strode to the door. Creak. The door opened, and Fang Chen strolled out with his hands behind his back, looking down. Bastard, you finally dare to show your face. Facing Fang Chen, Yintong wasn't afraid at all. She mocked him coldly. I, Yintong, now officially challenge you as the chief disciple. If you lose, give up the chief disciple position and get out of the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the disciples. Then he said softly, you used to respect me as the chief disciple. But now, you want me to give up the chief disciple position? Is it because my origin star has shattered? Everyone lowered their heads, feeling a little ashamed. Cut the crap. Either accept my challenge, or give up the chief disciple position. Yintong said impatiently. He didn't give Fang Chen any more choices. He forced Fang Chen to give up the chief disciple position. Do you know what I experienced in the Kang Kingdom? Fang Chen shrugged and asked. Everyone was silent. Fang Chen continued, you dare to come here and threaten me without even knowing the truth. Who gave you the courage? Humph, don't scare me with the higher-ups. Challenging the chief disciple is the rule of the heaven-defying alliance. I, Yintong, didn't break the rules. Kaboom. However, as soon as Yintong's voice fell, a thunderous sound came from the distant sky. Then, the petals fell, and a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Which one of you dares to bully Fang Chen? The delicate voice echoed in the sky above Origin Gathering Mountain. Everyone looked over and was surprised to find that it was Lu Lanshi, a senior disciple of the Yi clan. Miss Lu Lanshi. Yintong was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Lu Lanshi to come here. Miss Lu Lanshi, may I ask what brings you here? Humph, didn't you want to challenge Fang Chen? I'll fight in his place. You can fight as many people as you want. I'll take them all, Lu Lanshi said coldly. She wore a black dress, outlining her perfect figure. With the cold aura emanating from her, she looked like an ice goddess. She turned to look at Fang Chen, who didn't move. Miss Lu Lanshi, you've misunderstood. We're not threatening Fang Chen. Now that his origin star is broken, his strength is greatly reduced. He's no longer qualified to be the chief disciple. Lu Lanshi waved her hand and interrupted him. It's not up to you to decide whether he's qualified or not. Get out. I don't want to fight today. Don't let me see clowns like you in the future. Lu Lanshi released a terrifying aura that swept across the sky and earth. Seeing this, Yintong kept retreating, her expression changing. Miss Lu Lanshi, he wanted to say something, but seeing Lu Lanshi's expression, he hurriedly turned and left. Lu Lanshi was a senior disciple and the granddaughter of Yun Luo Peak Master. Yintong didn't dare to offend her. Seeing Yintong and the others leave, Fang Chen's lips curled up into a cold smile. Chapter 35:19. In 3 months, I'll be waiting for your challenge in the annual assessment of new disciples. As soon as he said that, the entire foot of Juyuan Mountain was in an uproar. Countless new disciples were dumbfounded. His source star was shattered, and his cultivation path was cut off. Most importantly, his cultivation level had fallen. From then on, he would be a cripple. However, he dared to accept the challenge of Yintong, a disciple of the Saint Plane. Everyone was very surprised. Who exactly gave him the courage to do so? Even Lu Lanshi was stunned. She opened her mouth wide and looked at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Fang Chen turned around and returned to the cave residence. Is this guy joking? He's definitely playing to the gallery. His source star is shattered. This is already a well-known fact. I don't believe that his strength hasn't fallen. Humph, senior brother Yintong lost to him back then. Now he can finally take revenge. Just wait. In 3 months, he'll have to give up the position of the chief disciple. Some were shocked, while others sneered. Yintong, in particular, burst out laughing after being stunned for a moment. Okay, I'll give you 3 months. Then Yintong left with many disciples. The news of Fang Chen accepting Yintong's challenge spread quickly. Many peak masters gathered at Yun Luo Peak. They were very surprised. Why would Fang Chen make such a decision? Little Shi, you were there at the time. Tell us in detail what happened. Did that new disciple, Yintong, force Fang Chen to agree? Giant Fire Peak's master raised his eyebrows. He almost rushed to Origin Gathering Mountain to question Yintong. Humph, a mere new disciple. Does he think he can turn the world upside down? How can he compare to Fang Chen's contributions to the heaven-defying alliance? Besides, Fang Chen's potential is ranked among the top in the history of the heaven-defying alliance. Although his source star is shattered now, no one is allowed to humiliate him. The other peak masters also expressed their absolute support for Fang Chen. They believed that if the Sky Sword Peak Master was here, he might rush to Juyuan Mountain and cut Yintong down with his sword. Xie, tell us about it. Lu Lanshi was his granddaughter, and Fang Chen was someone he had high hopes for. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the Jinyang grass he had originally intended for his disciple, Xiaofan, to Fang Chen. Now that such a thing had happened, he naturally had to take care of it. Grandpa, Peak Masters, I was there at the time. Yintong took advantage of the fact that she had entered the Saint Realm and Fang Chen's origin star had shattered. She took the opportunity to make trouble. She brought many new disciples and forced Fang Chen to give up the chief disciple position. Lu Lanshi briefly explained what had happened that day. The Peak Masters were enraged after hearing the news. Abuse? Giant Fire Peak's master gloomily asked, how did such a person join my heaven-defying alliance? Yintong seems to be one of Elder Mo's people, just like Lin Yi, a peak master reminded. Oh, Central Weave. When he heard Elder Mo's name, the Giant Fire Peak master's face darkened even more. When he said the words Central Domain, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. That's enough. In the end, it was Yun Luo Peak master who spoke. According to Shi, Fang Chen willingly accepted Yintong's challenge. I've seen him before. According to his steady character, he wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Since he chose to fight with Yintong in the new disciple assessment 3 months later, I think he must have some confidence. Giant Fire Peak Master shook his head. How big was the impact of the shattered origin star? The Peak Masters couldn't be clearer. Fang Chen wanted to use his own strength to condense the origin star again. Was it possible? Obviously, it was impossible. The Peak Masters looked at each other and discussed animatedly. In the end, the Peak Masters reached a unanimous decision. Since Fang Chen had agreed to this matter, they couldn't easily interfere. At least, they couldn't show up before Fang Chen's life was in danger. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the other disciples. Secondly, they were also very curious. Fang Chen had unparalleled potential and was extremely mysterious. Could he create a miracle? They would wait and see. Juyuan Mountain, 9th step, 8th cave abode. Senior brother Fang, you're too reckless. Madman Li shook his head. You haven't recovered from your injuries and your realm has dropped. You're no match for Yintong. He deliberately provoked you to accept the challenge. Princess Tianqin also said, why don't I ask others for help? Fang Chen shook his head with a relaxed expression. He's just a loser. If we fight again, he'll still be defeated by me. Looking at Fang Chen's confident face, Madman Li was in a trance. He even had the thought that Fang Chen could defeat Yintong. But soon, he rejected this idea. No matter what, you can't go to the assessment in 3 months. Madman Li finished speaking and was about to turn and leave. Stop. Fang Chen stopped Madman Li. He knew that the latter was going to find Elder Li, Peak Master Yun Luo, or the others. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion during this period. Don't let anyone disturb me. Fang Chen smiled brightly at Madman Li. In the heaven-defying alliance, news about Fang Chen had spread like wildfire. However, Fang Chen himself had chosen to cultivate in seclusion. When Yintong and the others heard the news, they laughed wildly. His origin star has shattered, and has already fallen from his pedestal. Is he still unwilling to accept it and wants to use these 3 months to improve his strength? In a cave residence, Yintong sneered. Lin Yi, dressed in a white robe, raised his head and looked at the distant sky without speaking. But his expression had already said everything. Humph, that guy is too arrogant. He used underhanded means to defeat Brother Yi and thought he was invincible. Now he's finally getting his retribution. Fairy Zixio snorted coldly. She had been very close to Lin Yi, and her family also intended to marry the Lin family of the Central Territory, but she had been watching. Not long ago, her family had sent her a message that there was some crisis in the family. They had to marry the Lin family in the shortest time possible and rely on the power of the Lin family to survive the crisis. This also made her completely make up her mind. Now, she regarded herself as Lin Yi's woman. Brother Yi, Yintong is enough to deal with him. You don't have to do anything. Lin Yi shook his head and looked at Yintong. Be careful. Don't fail miserably. Lin Yi's defeat to Fang Chen had left a great shadow in his heart. At the same time, it also made Lin Yi realize how terrifying Fang Chen was. That guy has secrets. Suppress him and pry open his mouth. Lin Yi had the domineering aura of a superior. Yes, senior brother Lin Yi. On the 9th step, in the secret chamber of the 8th cave residence, there was a small formation around Fang Chen. He sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, and the endless power of the origin of metal gathered in the formation. Inside his body, 4 origin stars rotated slowly. Without one, there seemed to be a lack of balance. The 4 origin stars rotated clumsily. Everyone thinks that it's almost impossible to condense an origin star after it's shattered. Fang Chen shook his head. In his mind, the inheritance insights that the Blood Cavalry Saint had left for him appeared. It clearly recorded the method to condense an origin star. Condensing an origin star is a secret that only invincible saints can master. What the world knows is just a rumor. At first, Fang Chen was very discouraged. However, after reading the Blood Cavalry Saint's inheritance insights, he found the way to condense an origin star again. Fortunately, Fang Chen flipped through the book. I have the half-perfect blood. This almost perfect bloodline can help me condense an origin star. The number of origin stars represented a warrior's strength and potential. Since he could condense 5, it meant that he could condense 6 or even 7 in the future. Therefore, there was no absolute balance. 3 months. Fang Chen slowly raised his palm, and rich origin energy gathered. He murmured, Kang Nation. It was once incomparably prosperous, but now it was incomparably desolate. The Kang Nation's royal family was completely destroyed, and only the ordinary warriors were spared. Even the strongest Kang Emperor had escaped. The entire Kang Empire was like a group of dragons without a leader. Everyone was living their days in fear. After all, it was the heaven-defying alliance. Kang Emperor had offended the heaven-defying alliance and killed their disciples. Would the latter vent their anger on the ordinary people? Whoosh! One day, in the sky above Kang Nation, a crack suddenly tore open. The Sky Sword Peak Master walked out from it. His body was filled with shocking sword intent. He took a step forward and arrived above the ruins of the royal family. Damn the no-demon cult! He gritted his teeth and cursed. During this period, he had been looking for traces of the no-demon cult. However, the no-demon cult was too cunning and did not leave any traces. He clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. If I find you, I will definitely tear you into pieces. His powerful divine sense shrouded the entire royal family ruins, wanting to see if the no-demon cult had left any clues. However, after searching for a few hours, he still found nothing. Just as he sighed and was about to leave, a little beggar in the corner of the street attracted his attention. The Sky Sword Peak Master noticed that there was a wisp of black mist flashing on the little beggar's body. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed the little beggar with his big hand, directly suppressing him. Ah! The little beggar screamed miserably, somewhat terrified. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Rip! The Sky Sword Peak Master tore open the little beggar's clothes, and there was a faintly discernible strange rune on the latter's chest. Others might not know, but as the Peak Master of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he knew. A demon puppet of the no-demon cult. No, to be exact, a demon puppet candidate that was marked by the no-demon cult. The Sky Sword Peak Master grabbed the little beggar by the throat and said coldly, "You definitely don't know where the no-demon cult is, but the mark on your body is enough." Subsequently, the Sky Sword Peak Master used his divine ability to use the mark on the little beggar and began to search for the no-demon cult's lair. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the east with a sword in his hand. Whoosh! 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 He tore through the void and rushed towards the east. Not long after he left, the injured little beggar's body squirmed and a wisp of black mist escaped from his body, condensing into an illusion. Chapter 35:20. The little beggar's body fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. In the void, after the black mist said this, it directly dissipated. After the Sky Sword Peak Master got the clue, he went alone, wanting to destroy the no-demon cult and avenge Fang Chen and the many disciples who died at the hands of the no-demon cult. However, not long after, a piece of news spread in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, causing a great commotion. Even the higher-ups and many Peak Masters were shocked. What had happened? Why did the Sky Sword Peak Master's life slip show signs of cracking? On this day, a solemn atmosphere filled the meeting hall of Yunluo Peak. Many Peak Masters looked very solemn. They sat in their chairs with heavy hearts. Sitting at the head of the table was the Vice Palace Lord of the Dao Palace. What the hell happened? The Vice Palace Lord's voice broke the silence of the meeting hall. Everyone looked at each other. Yunluo Peak Master stood up and said, "What happened in the Kang Kingdom made the Sky Sword Peak Master very angry. He is a person who abhors evil and did not want to wait at all. He went to the ruins of the Kang Kingdom alone to find traces of the no-demon cult." After a pause, Yunluo Peak Master continued. Not long ago, he excitedly sent back a message saying that he had found some information about the no-demon cult, and that it is very likely that he has found the real nest of the no-demon cult. However, no one expected that this news was the last message from the Sky Sword Peak Master. After that, the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance found that the life slip of the Sky Sword Peak Master showed signs of cracking. The cracking of the life slip means that he is seriously injured and is struggling on the verge of death, but there is still a glimmer of hope. The Vice Palace Lord said. The Sky Sword Peak Master was a Peak Master of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He had a high status, and his combat strength was also very strong. If such a strong cultivator was lost, it would be very painful for the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I have a feeling that the Sky Sword Peak Master is most likely suppressed by the no-demon cult, or the power behind the no-demon cult. He shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Otherwise, his life slip should shatter soon. However, after so long, the life slip of the Sky Sword Peak Master did not shatter. The person who spoke was the giant Fire Peak Master. Hearing this, everyone nodded, agreeing with the giant Fire Peak Master's guess. What is the No Demon cult doing? Peak Master Yun Luo asked. Back then, the No Demon cult was a new force that developed into a top force in a very short period of time. However, it did not pose much of a threat to the Heaven-defying alliance. One day, the Heaven-defying alliance accidentally discovered that the No Demon cult was actually cultivating a forbidden art from ancient times. This secret art was extremely cruel and required the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of martial artists' primordial spirits. The Heaven-defying alliance had declared war on the No Demon cult. In the end, the Sans Demon cult was forced to flee. Only a few of their upper echelons survived. After that, the No Demon cult went into hiding. Who would have thought that the Sans Demon cult would appear again, and even more brazen than before, targeting the disciples of the Heaven-defying alliance? I remember Fang Chen saying that what the No Demon cult really cares about is the blood of the Heaven-defying alliance's disciples. I'm guessing that they're collecting the blood of various geniuses as a sacrifice. Could it be? The giant Fire Peak's master's expression suddenly changed. They want to open that seal? Hearing this, even the deputy palace lord of the Dao Palace's face darkened. No matter what, no matter the cost, we must find the nest of the No Demon cult. The news of the Sky Sword Peak's master's disappearance set off a storm among the disciples. Even Fang Chen, who was cultivating, stopped his seclusion. Whoosh! In the secret chamber, Fang Chen's body was surrounded by thick blood, vaguely forming a scarlet armor. The life slip cracked, which means that the Sky Sword Peak's master is not dead. Thinking of the fact that the No Demon cult was collecting the blood of the Heaven-defying alliance's disciples, Fang Chen guessed that the Sky Sword Peak's master was most likely imprisoned by the No Demon cult. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his eyes. The Sky Sword Peak's master had saved his life. Now, his fate was unknown, which made him hate the No Demon cult even more. No Demon cult, one day, I will personally eradicate all of you. After venting his anger, his heart finally calmed down. For the time being, he could only rely on the upper echelons of the Heaven-defying alliance. With Fang Chen's current physical condition, there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and temporarily forgot this news. Then his gaze fell on the origin star in his body. The 4 origin stars rotated slowly, exuding a sharp gold origin power. Behind the 4th origin star, there was an origin wrinkle condensing. After 2 months, I only condensed a wrinkle. Fang Chen shook his head, still somewhat dissatisfied with this state. According to the Blood Cavalry Saint, his bloodline was infinitely close to the perfect bloodline, and he could use this to condense a new origin star. But, my realm has finally re-entered the Saint realm. Fang Chen said. The moment the origin star shattered, the origin power in his body dissipated, and his realm fell directly to the yin-yang origin realm. After 2 months of hard work, he condensed the origin wrinkle again, and his realm finally returned to the Saint realm. Although he was only a first-level Holy King, it was enough. There is still a month, the origin wrinkle should be more condensed. Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 3-month deadline had finally arrived. All the new disciples on the entire Juyuan mountain walked to the square. Today was the day of the assessment of the new disciples. Senior brother Yintong is here. Suddenly, someone in the crowd called out. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to the distance. Yintong, dressed in blue, strode over with an extremely confident smile on his face. Beside him were Lin Yi and Fairy Zixio. Senior brother Lin Yi is also here. It seems that senior brother Lin Yi is worthy of being the chief disciple of the new disciples. Yes, Fang Chen's origin star has shattered. Who else is senior brother Lin Yi's match? What a pity. Some people felt sorry for Fang Chen, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Fairy Zixio. She was radiant and had an outstanding temperament. Her purple dress outlined her perfect figure, and she walked lightly behind Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi with a very gentle gaze, like a little girl. Some people who knew the truth looked at Fairy Zixio with respect. They knew that Fairy Zixio had already given herself to Lin Yi, and could be considered Lin Yi's woman. Originally, everyone respected her only because of her appearance. Now, it was different. She was the daughter-in-law of the Lin family of the Central Territory, and Lin Yi's woman. These two titles were a little scary. Among the new disciples, no one dared to provoke her, and many even flattered her. Senior brother Lin Yi. Senior brother Yintong. Fairy Zixio is getting more and more beautiful. Laughter could be heard in the crowd. Hearing everyone's praise, Fairy Zixio looked up at Lin Yi, who was very calm and nodded gently at her. Immediately, Fairy Zixio blushed. In the distance. Senior brother Fang, are you really going to accept Yintong's challenge? Lunatic Li shook his head. In the past 3 months, he had tried to persuade Fang Chen countless times, but Fang Chen did not listen at all. Princess Tianqin did not speak. She knew Fang Chen too well. Once he had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. At the same time, she was also very curious. Could Fang Chen create another miracle? Many people saw Fang Chen, and their eyes were full of mockery. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yi and Yintong strolled over. When the two came in front of Fang Chen, Yintong sneered, "You still dare to come? When you first came to the heaven-defying alliance, I told you that no matter how strong your potential is, it is only potential. It cannot be transformed into actual battle strength. Moreover, only a genius who has crossed the thorny forest and successfully survived can be called a genius." Lin Yi sneered. "However, your origin star has shattered." His words were full of mockery. "Now, what do you have to compete with me for the chief disciple of the new disciples? Humph, when the test begins today, I will let you know how regretful your choice to come to the heaven-defying alliance is." Yintong bared her teeth. Fairy Zixio and the others also said some harsh words. Fang Chen looked up, and his eyes swept over the crowd. "When I was doing the task for the heaven-defying alliance, where were you? When I avenged senior brother Hua Kang and the others, where were you? When I fought against Lord Kang, where were you?" Although the heaven-defying alliance was a force, it was more like a group, an extremely united group. However, now, Fang Chen had done so much for the heaven-defying alliance, even at the expense of shattering an origin star. When he returned, he was mocked and ridiculed by Lin Yi and the others. Fang Chen laughed, but his heart was cold. Hearing Fang Chen's words, some disciples lowered their heads in shame. "Humph, only the weak find excuses. The strong only speak with their fists," Yintong said. "If you are still a man, fulfill the promise you made 3 months ago and fight with me. The strong only speak with their fists." Fang Chen repeated this sentence with a mocking smile on his face. Yes, Yintong has a point. Only the weak find excuses. The strong only speak with their fists. Lin Yi nodded. His words further confirmed Fang Chen's cowardice. The heaven-defying alliance doesn't need trash. Either give up the chief disciple position, or get lost, Yintong said viciously. "You," Madman Li said angrily, "you were defeated by senior brother Fang, and now you want to take revenge while he is injured. Don't you have any shame? Why did you take a detour when you saw senior brother Fang before he was injured? Isn't it because you are afraid of senior brother Fang's fists?" Madman Li and Princess Tianqin truly felt like everyone was kicking a man when he was down. Fang Chen waved his hand, stopping the two agitated people. Chapter 35-21. Fang Chen did not say much. Just as Yin Tong and Lin Yi had said, the strong only spoke with their fists. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. However, Fang Chen felt a little disappointed. He had done so much for the heaven-defying alliance. When he learned that senior sister Mengshuo was in danger, he immediately searched for her in the Kang Kingdom. If not for that, he would not have ended up with his source star shattered. However, these sheltered flowers had always cultivated in the heaven-defying alliance and never cared about the outside world. They were so proud of themselves, thinking that they were 1 in a million. It could only be said that such people were idiots. Dong. The sound of a bell rang between heaven and earth. After 9 consecutive rings, many of the upper echelons arrived. In the square, on the rostrum, all the new disciples focused their eyes here. Many peak masters took their seats on the rostrum. Elder Li was the person in charge this time. He stepped forward and looked around, then said, "You have been in the heaven-defying alliance for a year. During this time, you have been cultivating in Juyuan Mountain. Today is the time to test the results of your cultivation." The heaven-defying alliance did not accept mediocre people. Even if the disciples had unparalleled potential during the entrance examination, but after entering, they improved slowly or did not improve at all. They were not qualified to continue cultivating in Juyuan Mountain. Survival of the fittest was natural selection. This truth was applicable in every corner of the God's Fall battlefield. The test for the new disciples is very simple. There are 2 conditions. Elder Li said slowly. The first condition, which was the most basic and rigid condition, was that one's cultivation had to reach the saint realm. Some of these new disciples were in the yin-yang origin realm when they entered. For many disciples, to be able to join the heaven-defying alliance, one must have great potential. With their talent, they could basically enter the saint realm after cultivating in Juyuan Mountain for a year. The second condition was that one's combat power was at least 2nd level Holy King. The disciples recruited by the heaven-defying alliance all had monstrous talent. The upper echelon's requirement for them was to be able to fight above their level. Among the many disciples present, the lowest was a 1st level Holy King. Their combat power was at least comparable to a 2nd level Holy King. In fact, these 2 tests were relatively simple and boring. What really excited many disciples was the ranking of the new disciples. The top 10 would be able to enter the origin source secret realm to cultivate, and the chief disciple would be able to obtain an origin source pill. This reward made Lin Yi and Yin Tong extremely happy. The reason they targeted Fang Chen and forced him to abdicate was because they had their eyes on the origin pill. Who? After Elder Li finished his explanation, Fang Chen took a deep breath and his eyes flickered. As expected of the heaven-defying alliance, they were truly generous. They actually took out priceless origin pills to reward their new disciples. The origin source elixir was an elixir formed by a saint-level expert using his own rich origin source energy. This elixir contained extremely pure origin source energy. Ordinary saints could greatly improve their understanding of the origin by absorbing it. To saint realm martial artists, the allure of the origin pill was too great. Of course, there were also the rewards for cultivating on Origin Mountain. The heaven-defying alliance had a total of 5 origin mountains, each corresponding to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Every origin mountain contained an origin. When a martial artist cultivated there, they could comprehend the purest origin and even comprehend origin secret techniques. "Alright, let the test officially begin," Elder Li announced loudly. There was a stone tablet in the square, which was used to test a martial artist's combat strength. One disciple after another walked up to the stone tablet to take the test. Lin Yi turned his head and looked coldly at Fang Chen. The latter was very calm, which made Lin Yi laugh. "Pretentious. You better pray you don't meet me in the challenge. Otherwise, I'll make you stop in the top 10, Yin Tong said proudly. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say anything. Fairy Zixio approached Lin Yi and whispered, "His origin star has shattered. He is destined to fall here. Brother Yi will be the one standing at the peak in the end. What right does someone like him have to compare to Brother Yi? A one-time failure doesn't mean anything. Only by reaching the end can one be qualified to look down on the world." Lin Yi finally spoke. He looked at Fairy Zixio lovingly. Everyone around was envious of this immortal couple. Fang Chen ignored Lin Yi and Yin Tong's sarcasm. On the rostrum, Peak Master Yun Luo glanced at Fang Chen and exclaimed softly, "This guy." He felt that Fang Chen's aura seemed a little different. "The top 10 reward this time is not bad," Peak Master Ju Hua said. The quota to cultivate on Origin Mountain was extremely precious. Even some veteran disciples might not be able to get it. However, the higher-ups would take out 10 spots to reward the new disciples. It was really not easy. Yes, The competition for the top 10 this time must be very fierce. I wonder if Fang Chen can make it to the top 10. If Fang Chen's origin star was not shattered, they naturally wouldn't have any doubts. Because Fang Chen in his peak state was invincible among the new disciples. That was the problem. Hearing Peak Master Ju Hua's words, the other Peak Masters fell silent. Fang Chen's temperament is not comparable to ordinary people. If it were someone else, they might have broken down after suffering such a heavy blow. Grandpa, look, he is very calm and seems to have a card up his sleeve. Behind Peak Master Yun Luo, Lu Lanshi said. Her words immediately broke the silence on the rostrum. Many Peak Masters also nodded. In the distance, on Juyuan Mountain, many veteran disciples were watching. At the top of Yunluo Peak, Xiao Fan stared at the test square with cold eyes. Fang Chen? He had been in seclusion before and had only come out recently. As soon as he came out, he received very bad news. The golden fire herb that his master had prepared for him was given to a new disciple. Most importantly, this new disciple seemed to be very close to junior sister Lu Lanshi. After some inquiries, Xiao Fan's hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. Senior brother Xiao Fan. A disciple who was closer to Xiao Fan suddenly appeared. Can you bear Bai Yang's death? Xiao Fan was silent. The disciple continued, let's not talk about the golden fire herb first. I think Bai Yang's death may have been caused by Fang Chen. He said. Fang Chen and Bai Yang had a dispute on Yunluo Peak, and the latter wanted to stand up for Xiao Fan and become enemies with Fang Chen. The news that came back said that Bai Yang had died at the hands of the Kang Kingdom. However, only Fang Chen returned alive out of the 5 people at that time, and no one knew what the truth was. Anyway, the dead told no tales, so whatever he said was the truth. Xiao Fan's expression changed drastically. Countless possibilities appeared in his mind. You mean? However, he soon realized the true meaning of his junior brother's words. The disciple nodded and chuckled. I heard that the deputy palace lord of the Dao Palace wanted to take him in, but his cultivation path was cut off after his origin star shattered. The Dao Palace can't take him in. Even the Peak Masters seem to care about him on the surface, but in reality, they have already given up on him. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The heaven-defying alliance did not accept mediocre people, no matter how dazzling and powerful you were. Now, you have become a cripple. You are no longer qualified to stay in the heaven-defying alliance. That was the reality. Xiao Fan thought for a long time and then nodded. I know what to do about this matter. Let's talk about it after the disciple test. Time passed. 6 hours later, the first phase of the test for the new disciples finally ended. All the disciples had fulfilled the first condition and stepped into the saint realm. However, there were 15 disciples who did not fulfill the second condition. Their potential was at the bottom of the many disciples, and because of their comprehension, their combat strength did not meet the standard. The disciples who did not pass the test have left the mountain. Elder Li said ruthlessly. Of course, you were once disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. If you want, you can report to the worker peak. When you reach the standard, you can become a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance again. The 15 disciples who had been eliminated had gloomy expressions. Worker disciples were in charge of the daily lives of the many official disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. They were the lowest level of workers. Becoming a worker meant that their cultivation resources would be greatly reduced, and they would most likely be stuck forever. However, this was the rule of the heaven-defying alliance, and they could only follow it. I'm willing to stay at the worker peak. A disciple said. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they had to fight for it. The 15 disciples were taken away by the worker peak deacons. The other disciples who remained were moved. No matter where they were, strength was the absolute truth. Okay, next is the competition for the top 10. Elder Li briefly explained the rules of the competition in his previous life. Every disciple had 2 chances to challenge someone, and once the chance was used up, it could not be used again. If the weak challenged the strong, the latter could not refuse, and this gave the majority of the disciples a chance. The rankings on this file are your comprehensive strength rankings for the past year. These are the top 10 disciples for the time being. Elder Li called Fang Chen and the other 10 to the side. Now, the challenges begin. If the challenge was successful, they could replace the person who was challenged. Fang Chen's name was in the first place. This meant that he would be challenged by many people. I challenge Sound Eye. As soon as Li Zhonglai said this, a disciple jumped out. You're not my match, Sound Eye said coldly. Whether I am or not, we'll know after we fight. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Sound Eye's eyes flashed as he used a terrifying eye technique that instantly enveloped the challenger. Ah! A miserable scream was heard as the challenger was instantly defeated. Whoosh! Everyone exclaimed. After a year of accumulation, Sound Eye's strength had become even more terrifying. Princess Tianqin and Madman Li could not help but sweat for Fang Chen. In the first battle, Sound Eye shocked everyone with his powerful eye technique. His cold gaze turned to Fang Chen. Are you ready? 3 months ago, Fang Chen had accepted the challenge at the foot of Juyuan Mountain. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. On the rostrum, many peak masters smiled as they watched this scene. They did not expect Sound Eye to challenge Fang Chen right from the start. Chapter 35-22. A year ago, Yintong had entered the heaven-defying alliance in high spirits. At that time, he was like the pride of the heavens. In his eyes, everyone else was vulnerable. Among the new disciples, only Lin Yi, who also came from the Central Territory, could suppress him. Moreover, because of his family, he was willing to make friends with Lin Yi in a humble way. However, as soon as he entered, he was defeated by Fang Chen. At that time, Yintong felt unprecedented shame. Today was the battle to wipe away his shame. Are you ready? For Yintong, he had no choice. He challenged Fang Chen to avenge himself and relieve the hatred in his heart. Secondly, it was for the position of the chief disciple. Lin Yi had made it clear that he wanted to be the chief disciple. Therefore, he would personally take action and teach this arrogant guy a lesson for Lin Yi. Of course, he also considered that if he failed, it meant that he would fall out of the top 10. But, so what? Could he, Yintong, not even defeat a guy with a shattered origin star? Thinking of this, Yintong shook his head. His deep eyes couldn't hide his anger. Every time he faced Fang Chen, he couldn't control his emotions. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Even the peak masters on the rostrum looked at him with half smiles. 3 months ago, he publicly accepted the challenge. Was he ready now? Tap, tap, tap. Under the gazes of the crowd, Fang Chen slowly walked out and walked onto the battle ring. Many new disciples didn't recover until he appeared in front of Yintong. They were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Is he crazy? He actually dares to accept the challenge? Stupid guy. Does he want to win the sympathy of the higher-ups in this way? Ridiculous. For countless years, there had been countless talented disciples in the heaven-defying alliance. Many of them ended their cultivation path for some reason. On the surface, the heaven-defying alliance said that they wouldn't give up on any disciples. However, in reality, the status of these disciples was greatly reduced. They couldn't even get any cultivation resources and could only fend for themselves. Everyone thought that Fang Chen would soon follow in the footsteps of these disciples. Now, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could only use this method to prove that he was once the chief disciple of the new disciples. Are you finally done being a coward? Looking at Fang Chen in front of her, Yintong sneered, her face full of mockery. Fang Chen raised his head and said indifferently, "A loser is still a loser." His words instantly infuriated the Sound Eye. The latter glared at him. What's the point of arguing? Fang Chen shrugged and said no more. In the square, Lin Yi closed his eyes. He already knew the result of the battle, so there was no need to pay attention to the process. Mph, this kind of trash wants to compete with Brother Yi? Does he have the qualifications? Fairy Zixio said coldly. Your origin star has shattered. I'd like to see who gave you the courage to stand in the arena. Many of the disciples present had the same thoughts as Fairy Zixio. In fact, Most of the disciples were not optimistic about Fang Chen. Princess Tianqin and Madman Li looked at each other and nodded heavily. No matter what Fang Chen had become, they always believed that a miracle would happen. I know senior brother Fang's character very well. He is calm and steady. He will never do anything he is not confident of. Madman Li pondered. Since he accepted the challenge of Yin Tong, he should have a certain degree of confidence. I hope so. In the arena, the two of them faced each other. However, the many peak masters on the rostrum smiled even more. They saw that the two people in the arena had completely different expressions. Fang Chen was calm and indifferent, as if he did not take Yin Tong seriously at all. Moreover, he looked very confident, as if the shattering of the origin star had no effect on him. On the contrary, Yin Tong was different. His eyes were full of anger, but there was a trace of vigilance in his heart. Losing to Fang Chen had left a shadow in his heart. Fang Chen, today I will let you know that the chief disciple position is not something you are qualified to touch. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, Yin Tong was a little impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly used his strongest attack. Buzz! A terrifying divine consciousness was released and instantly filled the sky, forming a circular barrier that enveloped Fang Chen. At the same time, the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened. Whoosh! A dazzling light, accompanied by dense origin energy, burst out. As the dazzling light traveled, it merged with the soul energy that enveloped the arena, erupting with an even more dazzling power. Heavenly Eye, Annihilation. Yin Tong was best at eye techniques, and the foundation of using eye techniques was super powerful soul energy. At this moment, he released his eye technique perfectly. What a terrifying eye technique. In a year, Yin Tong has actually grown to such a level. How terrifying. Can Fang Chen withstand it? The sound of discussion was endless. Everyone's eyes followed the movement of that dazzling light. The surface of Fang Chen's skin flickered with a weak light. Blood flowed through his body as the 4 origin stars rapidly revolved. The wrinkled origin star that had not fully formed was surrounded in the center, constantly absorbing origin energy. I've said that a loser will always be a loser. Even if I give you another 100 years, you can't defeat me. Fang Chen was full of confidence. Seeing that the light was about to burst out, he made his move. He suddenly used the universe sword technique. After the hidden star sword spun a few times in the void, it slashed at the light that burst out. Buzz! At the same time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit gold core also spun rapidly. Majestic soul energy rushed out, directly suppressing Yin Tong's soul energy. Crack! With Yin Tong's soul energy suppressed, the power of Yin Tong's attack was greatly reduced, and it was easily dispersed by the hidden star sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Smoke filled the arena, and a terrifying airflow rippled out. The smile on Yin Tong's face suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. Your primordial spirit. He was proud of his primordial spirit, but now he was shocked to find that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had condensed a golden core, and it was close to the limit. How is it possible? He shook his head wildly, unwilling to accept this fact. After the primordial spirit reached the golden core realm, it was very difficult to make further progress. Yin Tong's primordial spirit had reached the middle stage of the golden core realm. But now, the primordial spirit of Fang Chen, who they called a cripple, had reached the peak of the golden core realm. This was simply unbelievable. Boom! On the rostrum, many peak masters stood up one after another. Even they found it unbelievable. Normally, the primordial spirit of the peak of the golden core realm could only be condensed by saints. In the heaven-defying alliance, there were geniuses who had succeeded in condensing primordial spirits in the Saint Emperor realm. But there had never been a Saint King. This guy's primordial spirit, Giant Fire Peak Master, laughed heartily. He had been worried about Fang Chen before, but now he was finally relieved. A primordial spirit of the peak of the golden core realm. What a genius. He should have no problem in the top 10. Peak Master Yun Luo and the others sat down one after another, and the smiles on their faces grew wider. Behind Fang Chen, Lu Lanche's eyes flickered as he studied Fang Chen curiously. Kill! Yin Tong yelled and continued to attack. You still don't want to give up. This time, Fang Chen didn't hold back and directly attacked with his sword. The sixth move of the universe sword art was suddenly performed. A sword shadow of 10,000 feet swooped down from the sky and cut Yin Tong's pupil technique into pieces as if it were tofu. Poof! Yin Tong was severely injured. The third eye on his forehead was bleeding, and he spat out blood. He flew backward and hit the ground. The entire square was silent. The result was completely out of their expectations. Fang Chen actually defeated Yin Tong so easily. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Wasn't his origin star shattered? Why is he still so powerful? Countless exclamations came from the crowd. Lin Yi frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. Fairy Zixio opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Fang Chen wins this battle. Elder Li's voice pulled the disciples back from their thoughts. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with a grave expression. Some disciples who had mocked Fang Chen were terrified, afraid that Fang Chen would settle the score with them later. Fang Chen faced everything calmly. There was no ripple in his heart. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear its weight. If you want to become the chief disciple, you have to bear all the abuse. When the time is right, you have to use your fists to do the talking. What do you think of Fang Chen? Peak Master Yun Luo suddenly asked. Lu Lanshi was puzzled. Fang Chen is excellent in all aspects. His temperament is also far better than his peers. I have high hopes for him. Peak Master Yun Luo smiled. You're already so old. It's time for you to, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lu Lanshi stomped her feet in anger. Peak Master Juhua and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Yun Luo, can you not be so shameless? Every time there is a good disciple, you use some tricks to get him to Peak Master Yun Luo. Now you want to use your granddaughter to get Fang Chen for you? Fang Chen's potential is obvious. If he can condense his origin star again, he will definitely enter the Holy Ji Palace. Don't even think about it. Let the younger generation choose their own marriage. Don't you think so? Peak Master Li Yu said. Lu Lanshi nodded, but what Peak Master Li Yu said next made her dumbfounded. What do you think of Li Hua of Li Yu Peak? Because of Fang Chen's violent performance, the atmosphere in the battle for the top 10 became tense. Especially Lin Yi. He had been very confident about his position as the chief disciple, but now such a change had occurred. He thought of many things in an instant. He even wondered if Fang Chen's origin star hadn't shattered at all. But he quickly rejected this idea. How could the news announced by the higher-ups be false? But, if his origin star could still explode with such terrifying strength, then the chief disciple battle would be troublesome. The reason why myths are called myths is because no one can break them. A year ago, you were crowned as a legend. Now, I will break your legend with my own hands. Chapter 35-23. Yin Tong had lost. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Her source star had shattered and no one was optimistic about her, but she had slapped them in the face in such a way. Many peak masters on the rostrum had strange expressions and smiles on their faces. They seemed to have seen some clues and were looking forward to the battle for the top 10 even more. Yin Tong was known as the strongest among the new disciples, second only to Lin Yi. However, she had been defeated by Fang Chen in one move. Lin Yi finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. Fang Chen looked at Lin Yi, who had stepped onto the platform. A year ago, I could defeat you and Yin Tong. Today, I can still do it. Fang Chen's words were filled with endless confidence. His body also exuded a domineering aura, as if everything was under his control. Originally, the battle for the top 10 had been very exciting. However, things had changed after Fang Chen defeated Yin Tong. You're improving, but so are others. Lin Yi didn't care about Fang Chen's mockery at all. A year ago, I lost to you. Or rather, I lost to carelessness. He, Lin Yi, had never acknowledged Fang Chen's strength. He also didn't want to accept the fact that he had been defeated by Fang Chen. Even today, he still thought that he had underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated. Over the past year, He had been cultivating the ancestral secret techniques of the Lin family. After the family learned of what had happened to him in the heaven-defying alliance, they had even sent him some treasures to help him cultivate. After a year of silence, he had already stepped into the second-level Saint King realm. It was no exaggeration to say that his combat ability was close to that of a fourth-level Saint King. This kind of potential was already very strong in the heaven-defying alliance. Today, he was facing the first seat of the new disciples. Whether it's the test reward or the seat of the first seat, I will defeat you. In Lin Yi's mind, he already had a comprehensive plan. He was prepared to use Fang Chen as a springboard and step on his shoulders to reach the peak of life. His gaze swept across the rostrum. Many peak masters had come to participate in the test for the new disciples. This was a great opportunity. If he showed extraordinary potential, he would definitely attract a peak master. Perhaps, he might even be able to become his direct disciple. In the heaven-defying alliance, although they were all disciples, their statuses were vastly different, and cultivation resources were even more important. Therefore, he had to rely on himself to fight for it. Lin Yi looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. We're still considered fellow disciples, so I don't want to attack a cripple. He was using words to belittle Fang Chen. The latter was indifferent. He raised his hand and pointed at the defeated sound pupil. He said the same thing just now, and you saw the result. Fang Chen said proudly, there are indeed many senior brothers in the heaven-defying alliance who are stronger than me, but you, Lin Yi, are not one of them. From beginning to end, Fang Chen had never regarded Lin Yi as an opponent. Not in the past, not in the future. H, your origin star has shattered, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Lin Yi's expression changed abruptly. Fang Chen shrugged. So what? Confidence. It was Fang Chen's invincible confidence. His origin star had indeed shattered, but in the past 3 months, with the help of the secret method left behind by the Blood Cavalry Saint, it had already condensed into a crumpled form. He only needed an opportunity to completely condense it. Lin Yi waved his sleeve, and 4 black lights appeared in his palm. Whoosh! The 4 lights shot out from 4 different directions and towards the 4 corners of the arena. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless rays of black light soared into the air from all around the arena. They intertwined with each other and formed a terrifying black barrier. There were purple flames burning on the black barrier. A terrifying aura spread out. Many disciples on the square could not help but retreat. They were intimidated by this terrifying aura. What is this? Someone exclaimed. Soon, someone recognized this formation. The Lin family really put in a lot of effort to give this talisman to Lin Yi. On the rostrum, Yun Luo Peak Master stroked his beard and said, Limitless Demon Slaying Formation. I once fought with a saint from the Lin family in the Central Territory and experienced this formation. Giant Fire Peak Master's pupils constricted. This formation is very powerful. Even a saint would find it difficult to escape from it. However, setting up a formation requires great strength. Lin Yi is only a Saint King, and he cannot activate the formation. I did not expect the Lin family to give him such a precious talisman. Talismans were made by the most powerful formation masters in the world. Carving a powerful formation into the talisman would reduce the difficulty of controlling it and make it more convenient for the weak to use. Of course, the weaker one was, the weaker the formation's power would be. However, even so, the limitless demon-slaying formation that Lin Yi had set up with the talisman was enough to render a Saint King powerhouse helpless. If a 4th-level Saint King is trapped, there is basically no way out. A 5th-level Saint King might have a chance. Demonic Array Peak Master nodded. Among all the Peak Masters present, he was the most skilled in formations and had the most right to speak. As he spoke, he did not forget to shake his head and sigh. If Fang Chen had been at his peak, he might have been able to break the formation. However, his source star had been shattered and his strength had been greatly reduced. It would be difficult for him to break the formation. Lin Yi's strength was close to a 4th-level Saint King. With the limitless demon-slaying formation, it would be difficult for the new disciples to defeat him. Brother Yi's strength is not something you can imagine. Fairy Zixio snorted. She was also shocked. The Lin family's strength had once again shocked her. Not only him, but all the new disciples in the huge square were also stunned. On the faraway Yun Luo peak, Xiaofan was also stunned when he saw the limitless demon-slaying formation. No wonder they are the number one family in the Central Territory. After a long while, Xiaofan sighed. Lin Yi's potential is not bad. When the new disciple's assessment is over, bring him to see me. Senior brother, are you thinking of? He understood Xiaofan's meaning. It is said that the Lin family has disciples cultivating in the Taoist Palace. There was indeed a disciple of the Lin family cultivating in the Taoist Palace. However, he was a martial arts fanatic and had been in seclusion for 100 years. Hence, the world had long forgotten about him. It's okay. I just want to make friends with him. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the square, in the arena. Looking at the black barrier around him, Fang Chen calmed down and focused on sensing it. This is the Lin family's limitless demon-slaying formation. A cripple like you will not be able to escape. Lin Yi's voice reverberated in Fang Chen's ears. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Fang Chen being trampled under his feet. If not for the fact that this is the heaven-defying alliance and we can't kill each other, I would definitely kill you, Lin Yi said viciously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the black barrier, a strong wind suddenly blew. A terrifying force stirred the void and terrifying ripples appeared around Fang Chen. Bang! A sword armor quickly formed on the surface of his skin and blocked the black ripples. Chapter 35-24. The strangeness of the formation could not shake Fang Chen's faith. Apart from the 3-month agreement, he also wanted to use Lin Yi's pressure to complete the last step of condensing. Therefore, even though he knew that the formation was extraordinary, he was not afraid. The surrounding black barrier is filled with poison. I'm afraid no one below the Saint Emperor level can touch it. The origin energy in the air is also being extracted. The core of this formation should be to strip the origin energy from the martial artist's body and reduce their combat strength temporarily. Fang Chen murmured. After careful observation, Fang Chen came to this conclusion. The key to breaking the formation, before he could finish his words, he felt a powerful attack coming from behind him. He suddenly turned around and soared into the air, dodging the attack. Die! Lin Yi seemed to have expected Fang Chen to dodge. He controlled the long spear in his hand and suddenly flicked it. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light as it rapidly pierced towards Fang Chen. Limitless demon exterminating spear. Lin Yi roared. This spear technique was very compatible with the formation. The two complemented each other and when used together, the power would multiply. Rip! Wherever the long spear passed, the void collapsed and violent turbulence filled the world. Primordial chaos sword technique. Fang Chen quickly slashed out with his sword. As the sword shadow descended, it evolved into 6 different sword shadows. These 6 sword shadows blasted towards Lin Yi's long spear from tricky angles. Break for me! The powerful long spear ruthlessly pierced the 6 sword shadows. Immediately, a crisp sound was heard. 4 of the sword shadows shattered on the spot, while the last one lasted for a few seconds before shattering. The last sword shadow was placed horizontally in front of the long spear, firmly blocking its advance. It's useless. With the help of the limitless demon exterminating formation, the power of my limitless demon exterminating spear technique is multiplied. You can't block it. Lin Yi laughed wildly. With a flick of his wrist, the long spear spun and shattered the last sword light. It drew a perfect arc in the air and went straight for Fang Chen. Boom! Boom! Fang Chen's powerful soul consciousness formed a soul path barrier and blocked the long spear. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Yi roared and completely activated the 4 talismans. Suddenly, the infinite demon-slaying formation surged with heaven-defying power, instantly sucking away all the origin energy on the stage. Even the origin star in Fang Chen's body seemed to be sucked out. Lin Yi held a long spear in his hand and charged over with boundless power. Dong! Boundless power crashed into the Soul Dao barrier, trying to tear it apart. At this moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes and wholeheartedly focused on the origin wrinkle. At the same time, He was using the Soul Dao barrier to slowly draw Lin Yi's attack power to the folds of origin. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Fang Chen was playing with fire. The slightest carelessness would cause his origin star to shatter and his body to explode. Wealth comes from danger. The reason why Fang Chen did this was because he had a certain degree of confidence. Condense. When Lin Yi's attack power entered Fang Chen's body, it instantly spread out. However, Fang Chen was already prepared. He constantly formed seals with his hands, guiding this heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power to quickly arrive in front of the essence fold. The other 4 origin stars spun furiously and surrounded the wrinkled origin star. The Blood Cavalry Saint's inheritance said that the most important step to condense the origin star again is to draw the power of heaven and earth to refine the folds of origin. This was an extremely dangerous process. However, Fang Chen replaced it with Lin Yi's attack power. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Blood Cavalry Saint's method worked. The folds of origin quickly materialized under the impact of Lin Yi's attack power. Fang Chen took a deep breath as the expression on his face became more relaxed. Fortunately, with the help of the infinite demon-slaying formation, Lin Yi's attack power is strong enough. Otherwise, all my previous efforts would have been in vain. If Lin Yi knew that he was using his power to condense the origin star again, he would definitely vomit blood. Lin Yi finally realized that something was wrong. His power hit the soul path barrier, and it was like hitting a sponge. It was sucked away bit by bit. What's going on? He felt a trace of evil. Outside, on the rostrum, many peak masters couldn't see the situation inside the infinite demon-slaying formation. They were also waiting anxiously. The disciples in the square craned their necks, wanting to know the situation in the arena. "Grandfather, you can't see it either?" Lu Lanchi asked. Yun Luo Peak Master shook his head and looked at Demonic Array Peak Master. "Old Demonic Array, you're the best at arrays among us." Before he could finish, the Demonic Array Peak Master spoke up. "The limitless demon exterminating formation in front of us is activated by an array talisman. It's very unstable. If I forcefully probe it, the formation will definitely collapse and affect the battle between the two." Hearing this, the other Peak Masters nodded. At their level, they didn't need to say too much. Once Demonic Array Peak Master probed and the infinite demon-slaying formation collapsed, Fang Chen would be severely injured by the collapse, and Lin Yi would suffer a backlash. The heaven-defying alliance couldn't bear the loss of either of them. Everyone looked at each other and could only wait anxiously. Inside the infinite demon-slaying formation, a terrifying black aura swept through the world. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. During this time, Lin Yi tried countless methods to kill Fang Chen, but he couldn't do it. In the end, he was a little stunned. Because he felt that the spear in his hand was getting out of his control. What's going on? He forcefully maintained the power of the infinite demon-slaying formation and approached Fang Chen. At the same time, he held the spear in his hand and maintained a charging state. Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In his body, power surged and the 5th origin star condensed again. At this time, the 5 origin stars in his body floated and merged with each other. He felt a majestic power burst out. It's all thanks to the Blood Cavalry Saint's inheritance. Fang Chen sighed. If it wasn't for the Blood Cavalry Saint, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level and condense the origin star again. Buzz. He opened his palm and the half-perfect blood flowed. Rip. He clenched his fist and punched out with full power. Dong. Through the Soul Dao barrier, the punch hit the spear and sent it flying. Bang. Lin Yi's body fell to the ground and the spear fell. No. He suddenly got up and his palm sucked the spear back to its original position. Once again, he used his strongest killing move. Whoosh. Spear after spear, thousands of spear shadows filled the void. Go to hell. Lin Yi had fallen into a state of madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the pressure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to condense the origin star so smoothly. Facing Lin Yi's violent attack, Fang Chen smiled. What? Lin Yi, who was in mid-air, suddenly panicked. At this time, Chapter 35-25. Very few people could reform an origin star after it was shattered. It would even affect the formation of an origin star in the future. Therefore, after learning about Fang Chen's situation, many people came to the conclusion that Fang Chen's cultivation path was interrupted. No matter how monstrous his potential was, it was impossible for him to grow. From then on, cultivation would gradually drift away from him. This was also why many people were unconvinced that Fang Chen was still the chief disciple. But now, there were 5 origin stars revolving above Fang Chen's head. This scene shocked everyone. Ting. On the rostrum, many peak masters, including Yun Luo Peak Master, stood up and stared at Fang Chen. He really did it. How is this possible? How did he do it? Even a palace disciple might not be able to do it. For saints, they knew a little about it. Only the top invincible saints could reform an origin star. However, Fang Chen, who was only a saint, had done it. This is unbelievable. Great Fire Peak Master's heart was in turmoil. In the arena, Fang Chen activated his origin energy and performed his strongest move. Hum. A terrifying sharp aura quickly emerged and filled the entire infinite demon-slaying formation. At the same time, gold origin energy surrounded him. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and slashed. As the sword slashed down, the everlasting demon exterminating formation shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the 4 array talismans were completely shattered. Naturally, the everlasting demon exterminating formation vanished into thin air. Such a powerful formation was split apart by Fang Chen's sword. What secret skill is that? Many peak masters on the rostrum were dumbfounded. The secret skill Fang Chen performed was beyond the scope of many people's knowledge. Even Yun Luo Peak Master and the others were shocked. Only invincible saints could possess such a secret skill. What a terrifying secret skill. What other secrets does this guy have? It's too powerful. Once this move is performed, no one below the 5th level Holy Emperor can resist it. Boom. In the arena, even though Lin Yi burned his blood essence and displayed the strongest move of the Lin family's spear arts, he was still unable to withstand Fang Chen's attack. Poochie. The hidden star sword sent Lin Yi's long spear flying, and then sent it flying. Lin Yi's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He instantly lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground, unconscious. Wang. The air was filled with a terrifying aura of the origin of metal. Everyone was unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Heaven-severing alchemy is truly powerful. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen smiled indifferently. He was also quite shocked. The heaven-slashing alchemy technique came from that mysterious existence in the Northern Sea. He had cultivated it for so many years, but he was only at the initial stage. However, it was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful it would be if it was cultivated to its peak. At the same time, Fang Chen was even more curious about the origin of that existence and how he could create such a powerful secret skill. I'm afraid that even among the invincible saints, he's one of the top existences, right? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Whoosh. The quiet square suddenly burst into an uproar. Countless martial artists rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they were seeing. Oh my god, what did I just see? Fang Chen not only recondensed the origin star, but his strength has also skyrocketed to such an extent. It's simply shocking. It's incredible. It can be recorded in history. Yin Tong's face was ashen. The hatred he had for Fang Chen in his heart instantly vanished. He even wondered if he should lower his head and apologize to Fang Chen. If Fang Chen held a grudge against him, his future in the heaven-defying alliance would be difficult. Many disciples who stood on Lin Yi's side were pale. They felt weak all over and could not speak. Fairy Zixio, in particular, had given herself to Lin Yi because of the marriage between the two families in order to win the support of the Lin family. Before this, she was the one who mocked Fang Chen the most. In her eyes, Lin Yi was invincible. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. The man she was so proud of had actually lost to a piece of trash with a shattered origin star. No, impossible. She shook her head frantically. She came to Lin Yi's side, helped him up, and fled the square in a hurry. Madman Li and Princess Tianqin clenched their fists tightly. They were so emotional that they could not speak. In the distance, on Yun Luo Peak, Xiao Fan's body trembled slightly. His face was extremely gloomy. How is this possible? The disciple behind him also cried out involuntarily. The higher-ups must have helped him. Otherwise, how could he recondense the origin star in such a short time? The person gritted his teeth. He hated Fang Chen even more. Xiao Fan was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen again. He admitted that he had underestimated Fang Chen. What kind of secret is he hiding? Xiao Fan murmured. That secret technique is too powerful. If I can get it, I will definitely become the chief disciple of Yun Luo Peak, or even the leader of all the peaks. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan was even more excited. After the examination, bring a gift and give it to Fang Chen, Xiao Fan said. Senior brother, Xiao Fan shook his head. There was no eternal enemy in this world. He had originally wanted to befriend Lin Yi, but the latter had disappointed him too much. Therefore, he decided to befriend Fang Chen instead. Because of Fang Chen's extraordinary performance, the battle for the top 10 instantly dimmed by a lot. In the following matches, there was almost nothing that stood out. The disciples who were competitive only issued a symbolic challenge. After 2 hours, the challenges were over. The top 10 were determined. Although Elder Li had already calmed down, when he announced that Fang Chen was first in this new disciple examination and the chief disciple, his emotions were still fluctuating. All right, your rewards will be given out soon, Elder Li said as he looked around at the crowd. The new disciple assessment had ended. Many people looked at Fang Chen in a different light. Some of the disciples who had previously mocked Fang Chen took the initiative to apologize and called him Senior Brother Fang. Fang Chen ignored them. All right, the examination is over. Everyone must be tired. Go back and rest, Elder Li said. Finally, he sent a message to Fang Chen, asking him to go to the meeting hall later. The Peak Masters wanted to talk to him. Although Peak Master Yun Luo and the others were full of doubts, they still got up and left slowly. Many new disciples surrounded Fang Chen with envy in their eyes. Senior Brother Fang, you really gave us a big surprise, Lunatic Li couldn't help but say. You made us worry for nothing. Princess Tianqin curled her lips. Fang Chen smiled apologetically at the two. Only the two of them did not abandon him when he was injured and did not hesitate to offend the other disciples to protect him. He was quite touched. Chapter 35-26. As the core of the heaven-defying alliance, the Tao Palace was the most powerful palace with countless geniuses. Rumor had it that the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace was a half-step chaotic sovereign. His most glorious battle was when he killed 9 invincible saints by himself. The 5 elements sacred realm was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were Saint Kings, the middle 3 levels were Saint Emperors, and the last 3 levels were Saints. Invincible Saint. From the literal meaning, one could tell that he was an expert who stood at the peak of the 5 elements sacred realm. The fact that the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace was able to kill 9 invincible saints was enough to show just how powerful he was. The Myriad Path World was an independent space opened by the heaven-defying alliance. The Tao Palace was rooted in the Myriad Path World, and the origin power here was unimaginably thick. There were too many cultivation resources here, and the cultivation environment made people think that they had returned to the peak of the ancient times. Since the establishment of the heaven-defying alliance, the number of disciples had never changed. 9 was the limit of the heavenly Tao, so the Tao Palace only accepted 99 disciples. To become a disciple of the Tao Palace, one had to meet certain conditions. Thick smoke filled the air, and it was like a fairyland. In the Tao Palace of the Myriad Path World, there was a majestic palace. The golden-robed elder leaned on the throne, and beside him was the vice palace lord who had wanted to take Fang Chen into the Tao Palace. Palace Lord. The palace lord was elusive, and his level of mystery was second only to the heaven-defying alliance's leader. But recently, the palace lord had summoned him, which surprised the vice palace lord. Bring the little guy from Origin Gathering Mountain here, the palace lord said. The palace lord had not opened his eyes from beginning to end, but the aura he exuded made the entire palace extremely oppressive. Even the Vice Palace Lord felt oppressed when facing the Palace Lord. Fang Chen, the Vice Palace Lord asked. The Palace Lord nodded. I heard about the new disciple assessment. He was able to condense the origin power again. I think he must have mastered the means of an invincible saint, or even the inheritance of an expert. The Vice Palace Lord pondered. Even so, he still has a long way to go. He needs to experience setbacks and bumps in order to grow. Palace Lord, there is no need to. Even the top 10 geniuses of the Dao Palace had not been so valued by the Palace Lord. He did not understand why the Palace Lord would think so highly of Fang Chen, and even bring a little saint kid to the myriad path world. Just do as I say. The Palace Lord did not explain, and the Vice Palace Lord did not ask any more questions. Origin Gathering Mountain, 9th Cave Abode Senior Brother Fang, what did Elder Li ask you to do? Madman Li asked curiously. What else can they do? It must be because Senior Brother Fang's performance was too shocking, so the Peak Masters went to inquire about the situation, Princess Qianqin said. Fang Chen nodded. Peak Master Yun Luo and the others were indeed shocked. They even asked him about the details. Fang Chen also gave a simple explanation, but he concealed the matter of the Blood Cavalry Saint and the half-perfect bloodline. Peak. Fang Chen shook his wrist, and a black pill appeared in his palm. This was the legendary Origin Pill. The Origin Pill was condensed from the origin energy of a saint-level expert. Absorbing it could greatly improve one's comprehension of the origin. It was a 1-in-a-million treasure. After refining this Origin Pill, my realm should be able to return to the 3rd stage, Fang Chen said. Whoosh. Suddenly, the void distorted. Fang Chen was startled as a figure appeared out of thin air. I am the Vice Palace Lord. The person revealed his identity. I think Wang Daoyun should have mentioned it to you. Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately cupped his fists and said, Disciple Fang Chen greets the Vice Palace Lord. The Vice Palace Lord looked at Fang Chen seriously and nodded with satisfaction. Your performance in the new disciple assessment was very outstanding. It even attracted the attention of the Palace Lord. I am here on the orders of the Palace Lord to bring you to the Myriad Path World. Myriad Path World? Fang Chen exclaimed. That was the lair of the Dao Palace. He did not expect the Vice Palace Lord to personally bring him to the Myriad Path World. The Palace Lord wants to see me. Fang Chen was a little confused. Although his performance was dazzling, it was not enough for the Palace Lord to personally send someone to pick him up. Let's go. The Vice Palace Lord did not say much and left with Fang Chen. The glorious palace exuded an ancient aura. It was very shocking to look at from afar. You're here. Suddenly, a voice entered his ears and pulled Fang Chen's thoughts back to reality. His forehead was full of sweat and his heart was filled with fear. At that moment, he had fallen into an illusion. It was not an illusion set up by the Dao Palace. It was because his realm was too low that he felt the terrifying origin energy in the glorious palace and automatically fell into the illusion. Whoosh. Fang Chen took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked in the direction of the voice. Palace Lord, the person is here, the Vice Palace Lord said. The Palace Lord opened his eyes lazily and waved his hand. The Vice Palace Lord immediately retreated. Disciple Fang Chen greets the Palace Lord. Fang Chen was shocked. No one had ever made him feel this way. There seemed to be a magical power on the Palace Lord that made Fang Chen feel strange. You are Fang Chen? The Palace Lord asked. His voice seemed to have existed since ancient times. Fang Chen nodded. The Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace suddenly waved his hand and a jet-black light burst towards Fang Chen. Oh no! Fang Chen cried out in his heart. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Fart! He felt his arm being hit by the light and blood flowed out. He endured the pain and looked down. He was stunned. He looked up at the Palace Lord and then looked at his wound. He did not know what to do. He saw the Palace Lord seriously looking at the drop of blood he took from Fang Chen's arm. After a long time, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I have waited for countless years. Finally. Fang Chen could feel that the palace lord was happy from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he understood that the palace lord did not want to hurt him. His real purpose was to take his blood. Could it be? Fang Chen suddenly realized something. The palace lord looked at Fang Chen with a different gaze. Your inheritance came from the blood cavalry saint. Boom. Fang Chen's mind shook as he looked at the palace lord, dumbfounded. He knew about the blood cavalry saint. Your bloodline should not have completely transformed into a perfect bloodline. The palace lord continued, the reason why you could condense the origin star in such a short time should be because of the means left by the blood cavalry saint, right? Fang Chen was stunned. Not only did the palace lord know about the blood cavalry saint, but he also knew so much about him. Could it be that they were related? Fang Chen's eyes flashed as he looked at the palace lord. Chapter 35-27. After returning from the Myriad Path world, Fang Chen's mood was a little heavy. In the conversation with the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he learned some secrets, including the death of Blood Knight Saint. He had promised that if he was strong in the future, he would avenge Blood Cavalry Saint. But now, he felt more and more powerless. Blood Cavalry Saint had said that his enemy was the Starry Sky Knights, and even the palace lord was a little afraid of the legendary Starry Sky Knights. When he talked about it, his face was very solemn. Phew. Fang Chen took a deep breath and returned to Juyuan Mountain. Revenge was not within his ability for the time being, so there was no need to think too much about it. When he returned to the 8th cave, he remembered what the palace lord had said to him. What does it mean? With the perfect bloodline, he would shoulder the responsibility of the world. Fang Chen was puzzled by this sentence. Why would the palace lord say such a thing? After knowing his relationship with Blood Cavalry Saint, his attitude towards him had obviously become much friendlier. The real enemy in the God's Fall battlefield is not these so-called large sects. Fang Chen murmured. For a moment, he thought a lot. Especially the peerless existence hidden in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Why did he set this up for so long? Did he also exist in the battlefield of gods? But why had the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace never heard of such a peerless existence? And the invincible saint in the North Sea, was he really an invincible saint? Even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace was amazed by the power of the heaven-severing alchemy. He was even shocked after watching the mirror image battle. Everything showed that the battle of gods in the ancient times was not simple. What did the mastermind want to do? Phew. Fang Chen's thoughts were in a mess. He shook his head heavily and tried to calm himself down. After a long time, he calmed down. In this world, undercurrents were surging, and it was very likely that another battle of gods would occur. It was useless to think too much now. The most important thing was to work hard to improve his strength. The palace lord said that when I step into the 4th level Holy Emperor realm, I will go to the Myriad Path world to cultivate. Now that I am stuck at the 3rd level Holy King realm, it will be difficult to break through in a short time. It is better to focus on comprehending the origin. The new disciple assessment battle had made Fang Chen famous. Many veteran disciples were sighing in admiration. Fang Chen's potential was unparalleled. Once the origin star shattered, it basically meant that the path of cultivation was cut off. However, not only had Fang Chen defied the heavens and successfully regathered his origin star, but he had also defeated Lin Yi with absolute strength. Especially the last sword strike he displayed, it was simply suffocating. There were even rumors in the heaven-defying alliance that Fang Chen's move had surpassed the realm of saint-grade secret arts and reached the level of a supreme secret art. Of course, this was just a guess. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had been comprehending in the cave. He had gained a lot from the battle with Lin Yi. Now, he had successfully mastered the 7th sword of the Hunyuan sword art. Whoosh! In the cave, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and moved continuously. Unimaginable sword light burst out from his palm and terrifying sword chi swept across the world. Rip! When Fang Chen swung the last sword, the world changed color. The origin energy in the entire cave was completely drawn out and gathered into the sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. It fiercely slashed the ground. Dong! The earth shook and the mountains shook. A terrifying force spread on the ground. Fang Chen stopped practicing and looked down. He was surprised to see that there were signs of cracks on the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. There was a formation set up by an invincible saint on Juyuan Mountain. The space here was very sturdy. No one below the saint realm could shatter the space. It was difficult to even leave a trace. However, Fang Chen's sword had split open a crack. It was enough to show how powerful his power was. The Hunyuan sword art had reached a critical point. Fang Chen felt that there was no point in continuing to cultivate it, so he stopped. It's time to go to Origin Mountain. The top 10 would be rewarded with cultivation in the Origin Secret Realm. The first place would be rewarded with an Origin Pill. Fang Chen had already absorbed the Origin Pill and his cultivation had recovered to the 3rd level Saint King realm. However, just as Fang Chen left Juyuan Mountain, he saw many disciples gathered in the square. "Senior brother Fang is here," someone exclaimed and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Whoosh! The crowd automatically opened up a path. A disciple strode over. "Junior brother Fang." He nodded at Fang Chen and then introduced himself. "My name is Ci Hui, from Yun Luo Peak." Fang Chen remained silent as he looked at the other party indifferently. Junior brother Fang's performance in the new disciple assessment was really shocking. "You are worthy of being the chief disciple. Here, I congratulate you on behalf of Yun Luo Peak." "Thank you, senior brother," Fang Chen said. "May I know why senior brother is here this time?" Finally, they came to the main topic. Senior brother Xiao Fan likes to make friends with geniuses. Junior brother Fang's performance has gained senior brother Xiao Fan's approval. He asked me to personally invite junior brother Fang to Yun Luo Peak for a chat. Xiao Fan. Fang Chen recalled what Lu Lanshi had said. He was Lu Lanshi's pursuer and was also the disciple of Yun Luo Peak's master. He was extremely talented and had great potential. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, senior brother, but I have some things to take care of now. When I have time, I will definitely visit senior brother Xiao Fan." Fang Chen declined tactfully. Hearing this, Ci Hui frowned and was somewhat displeased. "Junior brother Fang, senior brother Xiao Fan invited you because he is giving you face. You should know what you need to do." A threat. Ci Hui actually used Xiao Fan's name to threaten him. Fang Chen sneered inwardly. Sure enough, Xiao Fan did not have good intentions. Fang Chen did not speak. Ci Hui said, "What? Junior brother Fang, do you think you are unparalleled in the world just because you have regained your origin star? No matter what, put it aside and come with me to see senior brother Xiao Fan first." Ci Hui spoke to Fang Chen in a commanding tone. More and more disciples gathered around them. "Chimph, are the disciples of Yun Luo Peak so arrogant? Are they bullying us new disciples just because they are older? I've heard of this Ci Hui. She is just Xiao Fan's dog. What's there to be arrogant about? I don't think Xiao Fan has anything good to say to senior brother Fang." Someone vaguely knew why Xiao Fan was looking for Fang Chen. "Ci Hui, why do you have to force him?" A senior disciple spoke. "Junior brother Fang has already said that he has something on his mind. When he has time in the future, he will personally visit." Which Ci Hui snorted and stared coldly at Fang Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. If it were before, Fang Chen might have paid attention to Ci Hui. However, after talking to the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, his thoughts had changed. He shook his head and walked around Ci Hui, ready to leave. Fang Chen. Finally, Ci Hui was angry. Boom. Ci Hui threw out a punch, blocking Fang Chen's path. Bang. A senior disciple took action and dissolved Ci Hui's fist radiance. "Ci Hui, don't go too far. Get lost. Don't be a peacemaker here." Ci Hui didn't give the other party any face and scolded directly. Fang Chen frowned and was somewhat displeased. "What? You're finally showing your true colors? Inviting me is a lie. I'm afraid your real purpose is to take the opportunity to teach me a lesson, right? Fang Chen, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Ci Hui had long been displeased with Fang Chen and was ready to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Today I'll let you know that a new disciple is still a new disciple, even if it's the chief disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, Ci Hui attacked. Roar. A roar came out of Ci Hui's mouth. A terrifying light burst out from his body and swept across the world. Just as Ci Hui was about to launch a fatal blow, a shout suddenly came from afar. Stop! Whoosh! Whoosh! Elder Li came. His face was livid and he stopped Ci Hui from attacking. Why did you attack? Elder Li, I came on the order of Senior Brother Xiaofan to invite Junior Brother Fang to Yunluo Peak for a chat. However, Junior Brother Fang relied on his identity as the chief disciple of a new disciple, and not only did he not go, he even insulted Senior Brother Xiaofan. I couldn't take it anymore and attacked him. The surrounding people were speechless. Fang Chen looked at Ci Hui in surprise. How could a person be so shameless? Didn't he feel ashamed to lie in front of so many people? Elder Li looked at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen looked at Ci Hui. Go back and tell Xiaofan not to provoke me again. Otherwise, I don't mind going to the peak to teach him a lesson. Okay, let's disperse. Elder Li waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Ci Hui snorted coldly and returned to Yunluo Peak. You were in the limelight in the test for new disciples, gaining the recognition of many higher-ups. Even the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace met you personally. Many of the older disciples heard the news and felt that it was unfair. They were jealous of you. Elder Li said. Xiaofan hates you to the core and thinks that you stole his opportunity. If he had gotten the golden fire herb, he might have been the one to meet the Palace Lord. Moreover, you're close to Lu Lanshi. Xiaofan naturally sees you as a thorn in his side. It's not just him. Many senior disciples think the same. You should keep a low profile for now. After all, Fang Chen had only been in the heaven-defying alliance for a short time. No matter how strong his potential was, he couldn't compete with the senior disciples in a short time. Therefore, Elder Li reminded him. Thank you, Elder Li. Fang Chen saluted. I was just about to look for you. Look for me. You're ready to enter the origin secret realm to cultivate? Fang Chen nodded. Okay, come with me. After a while, Elder Li brought Fang Chen to the foot of a majestic mountain. This mountain was golden and dazzling from afar. Carefully sensing it, it was filled with a terrifying and sharp aura. The aura of the origin of gold was very strong. This is the Origin Mountain. The Heaven-Defying Alliance has a total of 5 Origin Mountains. This is the Gold Origin Mountain, Elder Li said. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the void and saw the other Origin Mountains. The 5 Origin Mountains were located in 5 different positions and resonated with each other. 5 Elements Origin. Chapter 35-28. This is the Origin Mountain. Although he was standing at the foot of the Gold Origin Mountain, he could still see the appearance of the 5 Origin Mountains. At first glance, the 5 Origin Mountains did not seem to be connected at all. Each Origin Mountain was surrounded by extremely terrifying origin energy. However, upon closer inspection, there would be a shocking discovery. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and looked down at the 5 Origin Mountains from the sky. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. Fang Chen discovered a shocking scene. The positions of the 5 Origin Mountains seemed random, but in fact, they were very particular. The origin of the 5 elements was the most basic and powerful force born at the beginning of heaven and earth. It was the force that maintained the order of heaven and earth. Now, Fang Chen saw that not only were the positions of the 5 Origin Mountains mysterious, but each Origin Mountain faintly emitted a thin origin aura. The 5 forces merged together and were located at the center of the 5 Origin Mountains. There, thick fog filled the air, and a cloud platform could be vaguely seen. You found it. Elder Li saw this and smiled. Fang Chen was puzzled, and Elder Li dispelled his doubts. Strictly speaking, the origin of the 5 elements are of the same origin. This. Fang Chen's heart trembled. Legend has it that when heaven and earth were first created, the entire world was filled with terrifying chaotic force. In natural evolution, This force gradually evolved into yin and yang qi, used to stabilize heaven and earth, and then evolved into the origin of the 5 elements. Elder Li gave an example. If heaven and earth were to be compared to a building, then the origin of the 5 elements was the foundation of the building, maintaining the building from collapse. Yin and yang qi were the overall structure of the building. Phew! After listening to Elder Li's words, Fang Chen took a deep breath. He looked meaningfully at the other 4 origin mountains and shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that the path of origin cultivation was still very long. You are now a 3rd-level holy king. You can enter the origin mountain to cultivate for a month, Elder Li said. At the same time, Elder Li also told Fang Chen some things to take note of. For example, on the Gold Origin Mountain, the usage of other origin energies was forbidden. Once used, there was a high chance that one would be rejected by the origin mountain. In light cases, one would be severely injured, and in heavy cases, one would die. The origin source secret realm is on Origin Mountain. As for where the entrance is, you can find it yourself. Remember, you only have 1 month. Fang Chen nodded. With a leap, he jumped halfway up the mountain and plunged into the Golden Origin Mountain. Wang! Elder Li flipped his palm, and a shining golden token appeared. He activated it, and golden light shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire Golden Origin Mountain. At the same time, a flight of stairs condensed from the origin of metal appeared on the Gold Origin Mountain. Fang Chen strolled on it. What a dense source energy! Along the way, Fang Chen couldn't help but marvel. With Elder Li's help, he easily ascended Origin Mountain. Wang! After stepping onto Origin Mountain, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that Origin Mountain was a space of its own, isolated from the outside world. Standing at the edge of the mountain peak, he couldn't see the heaven-defying alliance. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A cold wind blew past, carrying a dense source energy. It blew on Fang Chen's face, and he felt a burning pain, as if a knife was cutting his flesh. At the same time, Fang Chen also discovered that the 5 origin stars in his body were abnormally active. Rip! The origin stars broke out of his body and floated above Fang Chen's head, frantically absorbing the source energy. After absorbing the source energy, the origin stars grew faster and faster. Fang Chen also felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Condense. He suddenly fell into a state of epiphany. He sat cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, fully comprehending the origin of metal. If one's comprehension of the origin source was divided into 100%, then Fang Chen had, at most, comprehended 30%. Faced with such a sacred cultivation ground, Fang Chen didn't waste any time. He fully immersed himself in it, and a few days later, he condensed the 6th origin star. As expected. One day, Fang Chen opened his eyes and smiled. His guess was correct. The source energy on the Gold Origin Mountain was enough for him to condense an origin star. Continue. After about 7 days, Fang Chen finally succeeded in condensing the 6th origin star. Whoosh! The 6 origin stars floated in the air, exuding a terrifying power. The number of origin stars represented the combat strength of those of the same level. Under normal circumstances, a genius disciple of the heaven-defying alliance could condense 5 origin stars at most. Condensing 6 origin stars was enough to enter the Dao Palace. Of course, Fang Chen had heard that someone in the Dao Palace had condensed 7 origin stars. In the ancient times, when geniuses were everywhere, there were peerless experts who had condensed 8 origin stars. 7 days have passed. I have to find the origin secret realm as soon as possible. Fang Chen muttered. Origin Mountain already had such dense source energy. He was very curious about what was in the legendary origin secret realm. But now, there was a problem. Where was the entrance to the origin secret realm? Fang Chen wandered around and walked around the entire mountain peak, but he did not find anything. Elder Li said that the entrance to the origin secret realm is on this mountain peak. It shouldn't be wrong. Fang Chen frowned and continued to search. Buzz. The half-perfect blood suddenly moved and guided Fang Chen forward. After a while, Fang Chen followed the pulse of the blood and came to a ground. He had been here before and did not find anything. Hey! But this time, he found something different. On the ground, there was a painting scroll shining with golden light. The blood in his body pulsed faster and faster, and the painting scroll on the ground slowly unfolded. Rip! When the painting scroll was completely unfolded, the golden light shone brightly and Fang Chen was directly sucked into it. The sky was filled with golden light. There was no living thing in the entire space. No, to be precise, Fang Chen did not find any living thing. Is this the origin secret realm? Fang Chen was sure that the half-perfect blood had helped him to come to the origin secret realm. What is in the secret realm that is attracting my blood? Fang Chen murmured. He looked up and saw a desolate land. There seemed to be a building in the distance. Whoosh, whoosh. Flying in the air, he soon arrived. At a glance, it was the ruins of a city, submerged in sand. Above the ruins, there were many stone tablets. Each stone tablet was engraved with words, and at the same time, they were wrapped in golden light. Fang Chen could feel that each stone tablet contained a majestic origin power. He even had a feeling that if he accidentally touched this power, he would definitely be minced to pieces. He tried hard to calm his heart and his gaze fell on the first stone tablet on the left. Demonic Blade Saint. At the very top, there were 4 bold and forceful characters. It should be a saint, and below it were densely packed small characters introducing this demonic blade saint. He was a disciple of the Tao Palace of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He had once killed 7 8th-level saints with a single blow as a 7th-level saint, and since then, he had become famous. His famous move, the demonic blade 7 murderous, made people tremble in fear. After reading the introduction, Fang Chen was shocked. Too strong, killing 7 8th-level saints with a single blow. Fang Chen shook his head. Especially after reading to the end, he learned that this demonic blade saint had eventually become an invincible saint. Unfortunately, he had mysteriously disappeared for hundreds of millions of years, and his fate was unknown. His famous move, the demonic blade 7 murderous, was a peak metal-type technique that countless saints coveted. Now, Fang Chen finally understood. Why were so many disciples in the Heaven-Defying Alliance fighting to enter the origin secret realm? His gaze swept across the other stone tablets. Each stone tablet represented an inheritance left behind by a saint. Among these saints, some had fallen, some had gone missing, and some were still alive. In short, they all came from the Tao Palace. Whoosh. The more Fang Chen thought about it, the more he felt that the Heaven-Defying Alliance was too powerful. I wonder if I can cultivate it. Although the demonic blade 7 murderous wasn't a sword technique, it was an assassination technique based on the origin of metal. If cultivated successfully, one would be able to disappear without a trace, and the enemy wouldn't be able to find a trace. One could silently take the enemy's head. The sword techniques that Fang Chen cultivated, whether it was the Chaos Origin sword technique, Armageddon sword technique, Invincible sword technique, or Heaven-Severing alchemy, were all head-on sword techniques. This assassination technique was indeed very suitable for him. He placed both hands on the stone tablet, and immediately, words appeared. 7 origin stars to cultivate it. Fang Chen curled his lips. Wasn't this threshold too high? He shook his head helplessly and turned to the other stone tablets. However, Fang Chen didn't notice that in a strange canyon extremely far away, a skinny old man with disheveled hair had woken up from his deep sleep. Perfect bloodline? The old man opened his turbid eyes. His voice was very hoarse, but it was extremely penetrating. Damn it. He dragged his tired body and walked out of the waterfall. The moment he saw Fang Chen in front of the stone tablet, his turbid eyes instantly lit up. Killing intent filled the air. Fang Chen gave it a cursory glance. Finally, he chose the 5th stele and prepared to give it a try. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as he was about to stretch out his hands, he suddenly felt a terrifying power behind him. Not good. He cursed inwardly and almost subconsciously moved his body. Bang! Even so, he was still hit by the power behind him and flew backward, smashing into the ground. Keek! A half-perfect bloodline hasn't evolved into a true perfect bloodline. The old man walked toward Fang Chen with killing intent. Who are you? Fang Chen's pupils constricted as he got up from the ground. In the heaven-defying alliance, no one except the palace master could discover his half-perfect bloodline, but this old man in front of him discovered it at a glance. He could feel that the old man harbored great enmity towards him. He was very puzzled. If the old man was from the heaven-defying alliance, why would he attack him? If not, how could he enter the origin secret realm? For a moment, countless questions surrounded him. Senior, this junior is a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. I only came here to cultivate. If I have disturbed you, this junior apologizes, Fang Chen said politely. After all, he didn't know who this person was. Chapter 35-29. The sudden change startled Fang Chen. He could feel the terrifying killing intent from the old man. With a whoosh, Fang Chen retreated out of the old man's attack range. The old man sneered and took a step forward. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. The old man, who seemed to be on the verge of death, glowed with vitality at this moment. His eyes were no longer turbid and were replaced with a terrifying killing intent. Die! When the old man approached Fang Chen, he spread out his hands. Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked. Because he felt that the half-perfect bloodline in his body was trembling. It was very chaotic. Since his bloodline evolved into the half-perfect bloodline, such a thing had never happened. Feeling the changes in his blood, Fang Chen knew that there was a trace of panic and excitement in his blood. Boom! The old man's strength was completely unleashed. A monstrous fist shadow hit Fang Chen's body directly. The latter's body did not have any strength to resist and was directly sent flying. Dong! A large pit was formed on the ground. Fang Chen's throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he looked at the old man in disbelief. The owner of the half-perfect bloodline is so weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The old man sneered. Who are you? Fang Chen asked while enduring the pain. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The old man waved his hand and said, I'm a member of the Star Knight. When he said the word Star Knight, the old man's voice was filled with pride. Back in the day, the Star Knights were all over the Godfall battlefield and they could become the masters of this world. Star Knight. Fang Chen's pupils shrank and he was horrified. In his mind, everything he learned in the abyss of god corpses appeared. Wasn't the archenemy of the Blood Knight Saint the Star Knight? According to the notes left behind by the Blood Cavalry Saint, although he had fallen, the Heavenly Knights were also almost annihilated. Only a few powerhouses escaped, but they were also seriously injured and dying. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. He did not expect to meet a Star Knight in the Origin Secret Realm. But how did he get in? Fang Chen was puzzled. Looks like you know about it too. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the old man changed the topic and said coldly, back then, if it weren't for the intervention of the heaven-defying alliance, how could a mere Blood Cavalry Saint fight against my Star Knight? Fang Chen understood that the destruction of the Heavenly Knights was caused by the Blood Cavalry Saint and the heaven-defying alliance. If I hadn't mastered a concealment technique back then, I might have died long ago. For countless years, this king has been recuperating in the Source Secret Realm. As long as I find an opportunity, I will attack the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen was startled as he recalled Elder Li's words. A few hundred years ago, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace cultivated in the Origin Secret Realm. In the end, he suffered from Qigong deviation and died. He did not expect that it was the doing of the dying old man in front of him. Those self-righteous idiots of the heaven-defying alliance, if they were at their peak, this king could kill them with one slap, the old man continued. Originally, Fang Chen was a third-level Saint King warrior. In his eyes, he was like an ant. Naturally, he would not take the risk to attack Fang Chen. However, in his deep sleep, he was attracted by the half-perfect blood. No matter what, he had to kill the successor of the Blood Cavalry Saint. Fang Chen's eyes turned as he quickly thought of a way to escape. Heaven-slashing alchemy. Suddenly, Fang Chen performed the heaven-slashing alchemy. The terrifying power of the origin of gold condensed into a sword shadow in the void. Then, under the control of Fang Chen, it slashed toward the old man. Seeing this, the old man was surprised. Then, he leaped and faced the attack head-on. Boom! Boom! The strength that the old man showed was too strong. There was no way to compete with him. A saint! Fang Chen cried out in surprise. His strongest attack was actually so easily broken by the old man. Bang! After suffering a series of heavy blows, Fang Chen's combat strength decreased sharply. Escaping became a problem. What should I do? Fang Chen was anxious. He was alone in the Origin secret realm. No one could save him. Your secret technique is mysterious. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. The old man strode over and smiled coldly. Something's wrong. Fang Chen, who was in deep thought, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly combed through the scene of the old man attacking him and finally found a shocking scene. According to the strength he showed, he could easily kill me, but he didn't do so. Fang Chen frowned. Could it be? He thought of a possibility. Thinking of the records in the Blood Cavalry Saint's letter, Fang Chen guessed that the old man was seriously injured and had not recovered. The strength that he showed now was only temporary. Let's go all out. Thinking of this, Fang Chen did not care too much. He took out the saint puppet and placed the remaining 5 blood crystals into the central control. Boom! The saint puppet released the strength of a 5th-rank holy emperor. He opened his arms and pounced on the old man. Saint puppet! The old man's pupils shrank. He pounced forward and clashed with the saint puppet. Fang Chen did not stay idle. He activated all his strength and performed his strongest attack. Heaven-slashing alchemy skill was performed again. At the same time, with the help of the saint puppet, he controlled the hidden star sword to stab at the old man from the most tricky angle. At the same time, he activated his bloodline power and injected it into the hidden star sword. Damn it! Although there were only 5 blood crystals in the central control of the saint puppet and it could only display the strength of a 5th-rank holy emperor, its defense was unbreakable. Fang Chen's intention was obvious. The saint puppet only needed to restrain the old man. Being entangled by the saint puppet, the old man obviously felt a little anxious and his attacks became fiercer. This confirmed Fang Chen's guess. The old man could not maintain such strength for a long time. Sword shadows crisscrossed the sky. In the beginning, the old man could still withstand it. But later on, the old man's strength decreased significantly. The aura he emitted was also constantly weakening. In one confrontation with the saint puppet, Fang Chen's sneak attack succeeded. The hidden star sword left a mark on the old man's body. Ah! The old man roared angrily. He gave up on resisting the saint puppet and turned around. Taking the risk of being hit by the saint puppet, he grabbed the hidden star sword that was shooting toward him. Break! The old man used all his strength to hold the hidden star sword tightly and twisted it. Catcher! A crisp sound was heard. The hidden star sword could not withstand the heavy pressure and broke into 2. Bang! At the same time, the saint puppet's attack landed heavily on the old man's body and sent him flying. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A cold wind blew and dust flew. Fang Chen looked around. The old man had already escaped far away. He escaped. Fang Chen saw some bloodstains on the ground not far away. The old man should be injured. Whoosh. After confirming that the old man had gone far away, Fang Chen took a deep breath and sat on the ground. In fact, he was also injured. Fortunately, he had the half-perfect bloodline to help him gradually recover his strength. The saint puppet stood by his side to protect him. I'm afraid that the upper echelons of the Doctrine Palace don't know that a Star Knight is hiding in the Origin secret realm. Fang Chen sighed. Fortunately, he had the saint puppet. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether he would be dead or alive. After this battle, Fang Chen was not in the mood to continue cultivating. He rested for a while and left. Whoosh. After returning to the heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen went straight to Elder Li. Elder Li, how long has Fang Chen been in there? Wang Daoyun asked. He was out on a mission and happened to pass by. So he stopped by to see Fang Chen's cultivation. More than 10 days, Elder Li said. At this moment, Fang Chen walked in weakly. Fang Chen? Seeing this, Elder Li and Wang Daoyun were surprised. Why did he come out after only 10 days? Why did you come out? Elder Li asked hurriedly. You don't look well. Did something happen in the Origin Secret Realm? Wang Daoyun asked with concern. After all, Fang Chen came from the 9 Regions division like him. I want to see Palace Master Lei, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Palace Master Lei was the Palace Master who had met Fang Chen. There were 3 Palace Masters in the Doctrine Palace. Palace Master Lei was the strongest, followed by the other 2. After that, Fang Chen added, I have something important to report. Fang Chen's tone and expression made Elder Li and Wang Daoyun feel the seriousness of the situation. They immediately contacted the Vice Palace Master. Soon, the Vice Palace Master replied and asked Wang Daoyun to bring Fang Chen to the Myriad Dao world. Let's go. Wang Daoyun nodded. Coming to the Myriad Dao world again, Fang Chen's mood was not as good as the first time. Instead, it was a little heavy. After a while, Wang Daoyun stopped in front of a palace. Palace Master Lei is inside. You can go in. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into the palace. Buzz. As soon as he entered the palace, he felt a strong aura. Palace Master Lei sat quietly on the throne at the very top. Disciple Fang Chen greets Palace Master. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Cultivating in the Origin Secret Realm was a rare opportunity for the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Fang Chen did not hesitate to give up the remaining time to see him. It meant that the matter was very serious. Star Night. Fang Chen told Palace Master Lei about his encounter in the Origin Secret Realm. Palace Master Lei stood up immediately. The smile on his face froze and was replaced by a gloomy expression. You mean there is a Star Knight hiding in the Origin Secret Realm? Fang Chen nodded. Damn it. How dare he hide here? The most dangerous place was often the safest place. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Palace Master Lei's face turned cold. He completely believed Fang Chen's words because Fang Chen was the successor of the Blood Cavalry Sage and had a semi-perfect bloodline. This was what the Star Knights hated the most. At the same time, he was scared. If Fang Chen did not have the Saint Puppet, wouldn't he have died in the Origin Secret Realm? Go back and have a rest. I will deal with this matter. After thinking for a long time, Palace Master Lei said. Fang Chen retreated. This matter had already exceeded the scope of his abilities. He only needed to report it. He believed that Palace Lord Lei would definitely take action. Old man, you really hid it well. Chapter 3530. Fang Chen only took 10 days to come out of the Origin Secret Realm. After returning to Origin Gathering Mountain, Fang Chen's expression was a little solemn as he kept thinking about the Star Knight. Phew. After a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the Saint Kill with him. Otherwise, he would most likely suffer heavy losses. Star Knight. Fang Chen murmured. This was the first time he had seen a real Star Knight. His heart was in turmoil. Although they had never met before, he had a half-perfect bloodline, which meant that he and the Star Knight were mortal enemies. Shaking his head hard, Fang Chen stopped thinking about this. Judging from the current situation, the gap between him and the Star Knight was too big. What a pity. With a flip of his hand, the broken hidden star sword appeared. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. Deng deng deng. At this moment, Madman Li hurried over. Senior brother Fang, you're back? In fact, Madman Li had rushed over as soon as he knew that Fang Chen had returned. Fang Chen nodded. Seeing the latter's abnormal expression, he asked, You look terrible. What happened? Madman Li stammered. At this moment, Fang Chen found a little blood on his sleeve. What happened? They came from the 9 Domains branch. After entering the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Madman Li and Princess Tianqin had always been on his side. Seeing the blood on Madman Li's sleeve, Fang Chen was a little angry. It's like this. Madman Li gritted his teeth and told Fang Chen the whole story. After hearing this, Fang Chen was furious. Yuan Lai? Senior brother Fang, this Yuan Lai has always looked down on us new disciples because he is a veteran disciple. He often bullies us. Not long ago, he returned from training outside and took a fancy to Princess Qianqin's appearance. Therefore, he repeatedly came to harass us. After being rejected, he even threatened to get her. Not long ago, he came to find Princess Qianqin and wanted to take her away by force. I tried to stop him but was defeated, Madman Li said bitterly. Once upon a time, he had also been an influential figure in the 9 great domains. He was incomparably proud and aloof. But now, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Time had mercilessly shattered the stubbornness in his heart. I remember that she has an acquaintance in the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Back then, when he did not have enough origin stones, it was Princess Qianqin who borrowed them from others. Senior Guangxin. Lunatic Li said. After Yuan Lai took Princess Qianqin away, he immediately went to look for Senior Guangxin. He went to look for Yuan Lai. Seeing Madman Li's expression, Fang Chen guessed the result. Senior brother Guangxin was no match for Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai is too strong. He's already a 5th-level holy emperor. He's always been outside, trying to break through in life and death battles. Now, he's extremely strong. He can even defeat people who are stronger than him. Madman Li said, in the same realm, there are few who can match him. It is said that there are already peak masters who want to take Yuan Lai as their personal disciple. Fang Chen nodded. Leave this matter to me. Where is Yuan Lai? Yuan Lai is at Giant Fire Peak. You stay here. I'll go to Giant Fire Peak. Seeing Fang Chen leave, Madman Li hurriedly followed behind. When the two arrived at the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain, a person happened to walk towards them. Senior brother Guangxin. Madman Li greeted. Fang Chen looked at the person who came, and the latter was also seriously sizing him up. You're Fang Chen? Among the new disciples, who else could earn Madman Li's respect other than the chief disciple? It was also Guangxin's first time seeing Fang Chen, and he felt that he was very mysterious. You're going to Giant Fire Peak? Guangxin said, I don't know what secret technique Yuan Lai has cultivated. His battle strength is extremely strong, and is almost invincible in the same realm. I fought with him not long ago, and I couldn't take a single blow from him and was defeated. Guangxin blushed with shame, but he still warned Fang Chen. I won't sit by and do nothing about this matter. Fang Chen made his attitude clear. But. No buts. Since Yuan Lai dared to touch my people, he should be prepared to pay the price. With that, Fang Chen left. Guangxin and Madman Li were left looking at each other. Giant Fire Peak was not too far from Yunluo Peak, and Fang Chen soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked up, leaped, and quickly climbed up the mountain. When he reached the peak, he was stopped by the guard. I'm Fang Chen. Fang Chen directly stated his identity. You're the chief disciple of the new disciples? Obviously, the guard had heard of his name. His expression changed, and then he said, the Peak Master said that you can enter and leave Giant Fire Peak freely. Fang Chen was stunned, and then he smiled. Back then, when his origin star shattered, the Giant Fire Peak Master wanted to stand up for him and even wanted to destroy the No Demon cult. He was still very grateful to the Giant Fire Peak Master. Giant Fire Peak, Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Yuan Lai was holding a banquet with a few of his fellow disciples. Ha ha ha, senior brother Yuan Lai, you're really amazing. You went out to train for a few years, and now you're back, the white-robed martial artist said as he raised his wine cup. Senior brother Yuan Lai has unparalleled potential. He was the chief disciple of our batch of new disciples, the purple-robed woman said. Come, let's toast to senior brother Yuan Lai. Everyone raised their cups to celebrate Yuan Lai's return. On a stone bench not far away, Princess Qianqin, who was dressed in green, sat quietly. The power in her body was sealed, and she was like an ordinary person. Her eyes were filled with endless anger. After 3 rounds of wine, a disciple talked about Princess Qianqin. Senior brother Yuan Lai really has good luck with women. There's such a beautiful woman among the new disciples. She's lucky to be chosen by senior brother Yuan Lai. But I heard that this woman seems to be related to Guangxin, Who does Guangxin think he is? Everyone chimed in one after another. Yuan Lai held his wine cup and looked at Princess Qianqin from the corner of his eye. The latter was filled with stubbornness. The more stubborn she was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Such an unyielding character is what I like the most. Yuan Lai sighed in his heart. Boom. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the gate of the Purple Bamboo Academy was suddenly blasted open. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Who is it? The white-robed martial artist clenched his fist, and the wine cup in his hand shattered. He jumped up and stared at the door of Purple Bamboo Garden angrily. Amidst the dust, a tall and straight figure slowly walked over. It's you. Fang Chen, are you courting death? Purple Bamboo Garden was Yuan Lai's residence, and it symbolized the status of a direct disciple. But now, Fang Chen had blasted the door open. Yuan Lai was furious, and so were the others. A mere new disciple dared to be so arrogant. Fang Chen ignored everyone. He glanced at Princess Qianqin, and after confirming that she was fine, he turned to look at Yuan Lai. Let her go. His voice was soft, but it contained a strong anger. Fang Chen, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the new first disciple. The white-robed disciple said angrily. Today, let me teach you a lesson. Boom. The white-robed disciple attacked. He was a 4th-rank peak Saint Emperor, and his fist skills had reached perfection. Once he attacked, he formed 4 terrifying fist shadows and blasted towards Fang Chen from 4 different directions. Fang Chen did not dodge, and his eyes were filled with mockery. Too weak. One punch, just one punch, and the white-robed disciple was sent flying. Silence. The entire Purple Bamboo Garden was dead silent. All the disciples stared at the white-robed disciple on the ground, dumbfounded. Junior brother bye. The purple-robed lady exclaimed after recovering from her shock. Fang Chen, you are too much. The other disciples said angrily. Let her go. There were no superfluous words, only 2 heavy words. His gaze was fixed on Yuan Lai. Crack. The wine cup in Yuan Lai's hand shattered. He clapped his hands lightly and smiled wickedly. When I returned to the sect, I heard that there was a monster among this batch of new disciples. You were able to reassemble your origin star after it shattered. I did not believe it at first, but now it seems that you are much more powerful than the rumors say. Defeating the white-robed disciple with 1 punch was enough to show that Fang Chen's combat strength had reached the 5th-rank Saint Emperor. However, this was not enough for Yuan Lai to take him seriously. Let her go. A cold voice reverberated above the Purple Bamboo Garden. Who gave you the guts to break into the giant fire peak and destroy the gate of the Purple Bamboo Garden? If you don't give senior brother Yuan Lai an explanation today, don't even think about walking out of the Purple Bamboo Garden. Everyone present was a senior disciple. Although they were not as strong as Yuan Lai, they were close. How could they not be angry after being humiliated by a new disciple? As a senior disciple, how could you do such a shameless thing? Fang Chen said. She is just a new disciple who wants to cultivate in peace, but you kidnapped her because you are strong? Chimph, what do you know? It is her fortune that senior brother Yuan Lai has taken a liking to her. Bringing her to the Purple Bamboo Garden is to let her cultivate in a better environment. The purple-robed woman shrieked. That's right, senior brother Yuan Lai has good intentions. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even came to the Purple Bamboo Garden to cause trouble. Do you really think that senior brother Yuan Lai is a pushover? Fang Chen laughed. There were actually such shameless people in the world. They did not even have the most basic sense of shame. There was nothing to say to such people. She did not do it willingly. Although he was furious, Fang Chen resisted the urge to attack. So what? The strong are respected. Senior brother Yuan Lai is strong enough. Why can't he become her Dao companion? In their eyes, the strong could do whatever they wanted. They would never think that what they were doing was wrong. Yuan Lai looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Princess Qianqin and I like each other. We will choose a date to hold the ceremony for becoming Dao companions. I can understand that you are angry because of a beauty. If you leave now, I, Yuan Lai, We'll pretend that nothing happened today. Yuan Lai said it in a dignified manner. Fang Chen was even angrier. Do you think that the strong can do whatever they want? Yuan Lai did not reply, but his expression had already expressed it very clearly. He looked at Fang Chen coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. If I am strong enough, I can kidnap you to Origin Gathering Mountain and make you my servants. Is that okay? Fang Chen's heart calmed down.